Good evening and welcome to the Planning Board's 18th meeting of fiscal year 2023. Thank you for joining us this evening. At this time, I'd like to call the meeting to order. And as we get started, we'd like to introduce the Planning Board members and staff. So at this time, if we could introduce ourselves. Sean?
Sean Fahey, member.
Cheryl? Sorry.
Cheryl Tagayas, member.
And Rich? Rich is muted.
Should be able to unmute himself.
We did have a little issue with sound last week, so we'll work it out. Rich is with us on Zoom. And while they work out that, we can go ahead and introduce our staff. Tim?
They can't hear us. He's just.
Tim cannot hear us?
Yeah, the Zoom participants cannot hear us yet.
Okay. All right. Then last week was
last meeting.
All right, we'll continue to work on this. So, Josh, if you'd like to introduce yourself,
Josh Eckhart Lee, Assistant Town Planner.
and Julia.
Julia Getman, clerk.
Great. And we do have Rich with us on Zoom, and Tim. We're just working on our audio at this time, but they are present and with us. Yes.
Sort of. Yep. Can we get that
It's a
better?
little, yeah. They're a little quiet. If you can turn up the volume. Great. Rich, can you hear us now? Okay. And Tim, can you hear us? Okay.
I can't really
They're
hear
working
him.
to raise the volume. It's a little difficult to hear you, but we should be good now.
Can you tell Tim to talk again?
Tim, can you speak up again one more time for a test? Whoop. We just lost you, but we will keep moving and we'll keep working on the sound. Give our folks working here just a minute. They're doing a great job. Why don't we move forward with discussion and approval of minutes while they work on that. We have the 31st of January yet to be approved, which you have edited. And I'm sorry, I have not read the February 9th edits that Cheryl has made. So we can either vote to defer.
May I recommend that we defer because the January 31st, I had a couple of questions, and when I went to look for the tape, I didn't find the tape, but apparently it's there now.
Okay.
So you sent it, and I just didn't get a chance to look today after you sent it. So
All right,
if
so
that's
let's
okay,
just move.
we'll just
move
for both.
Yes, we'll wait for both
Okay.
and move those to our next meeting, which when we get Tim back, we can confirm. But we have a meeting scheduled for the 16th of February, and then we also have the 23rd, and it seems
Or March.
of March.
Okay.
So my thinking, and Tim, when you come back to us, we can confirm if we need a meeting on the 9th or if we can just have that meeting on the 16th and the 23rd in case we have to move. Okay.
I don't know why. It worked fine like an hour ago.
Yeah, the weather could be playing something. They're working diligently. So Tim, we will hold off. You have obviously a staff update for us. But in the meantime, why don't we move to Citizens Speak? If there is anyone here who would like to speak to anything specifically that's not on the agenda, please feel free to come forward. Are we seeing anyone on Zoom that, any hands raised?
No hands raised.
Not at this time, okay.
Oh. We have Ellen Stoddard with her hand raised.
Ellen Stoddard, great.
I don't know that we're
We
going to be able
unmute?
to hear her either, if we can't hear Tim.
Yeah.
Can you hear me?
Yes, if you can just speak up, yes, we can, I don't know
It'll
publicly.
only work one way. But
Will
I
the-
can
will
play it
the-
on my computer.
Ever talk?
Will the public be able to hear? It's being
The
recorded.
public can currently hear us.
Okay.
But I can play the audio from here, but it'll also play from us.
Okay.
Because we
Okay.
can also be muted.
All right. All right, Ellen,
Hi there. I
Welcome.
just want to clarify. I think I'm speaking on the lighting ordinance. So would you like me to wait until that item in the agenda comes up, or should I speak now?
you know what? It's very late on the agenda. So I welcome you to speak now if you would like, so you don't have to stay on for the.
I love your meetings. No, I'm kidding. I'll speak.
Good. We would love for you to. You're welcome to do either. Then, if you want to talk when we get to it, that would be perfectly fine.
I will speak now, and then I'll hang on later too. Sorry, Ellen Stoddard, 251 Canton Ave in Milton. I wanted to thank you for the opportunity to speak again on the lighting ordinance topic. In the planning board meeting of January 31st, I presented a letter of support for this ordinance that was signed by about 80 residents of Milton. And I continue to hear from different concerned citizens around town. I appreciated the really thoughtful comments and questions about the proposed bylaw that I heard from citizens and also from planning board members in January. And really the concerns that I heard were about the need for more specificity around how to measure and enforce the light trespass. Also the lumen levels, what happens to existing lighting, how do residents know if they're in compliance, how long do people have to get into compliance, all of those sorts of really good issues. And I discovered a really helpful resource that was developed by the Illuminating Engineering Society of North America, as well as the International Dark Sky Association. Most people are familiar with the Dark Sky Association, which is really the premier resource for a lot of research and policy in this area. So they've developed this model lighting ordinance that's been designed to go along with a user's guide that helps answer a lot of these types of questions, so that officials and citizens groups and engineers and lighting designers can all come together to create an appropriate ordinance for their town. So I want to offer this as a resource for the planning board. It has some really good suggestions for key things to consider when people are going through this process of adopting a bylaw. For example, they have this level of 5 lighting zones to classify land use. Or it can be connected with land use. So levels, for example, level 0 would be for new development. Level 1 would go, and level 2, 3, 4, essentially to try to understand how we want to roll out this in different areas of town, understanding that there's different usage. So I will send this model ordinance that also has the user guide to the planning board. And I'd like to recommend that if the members are able to review it, I think it will be a helpful resource for moving forward our conversation.
I have a question. for
That's
her.
great, Ellen.
Ellen, a question. This is Cheryl Tagayas. And I was on the board when the board looked at a similar kind of bylaw back in 2015, and I found a model lighting ordinance like you're referring to, but I just wanted to see if it's the same date. So the one I have is June 15th of 2011. Do you have one that's more current than that?
Sorry, what was the beginning part of your question? I didn't hear it.
The date of the model ordinance that you have?
Oh, it was, let's see. I think you're right. Yeah, 2014.
Okay, so I just, but does it say on the cover, June 15th, 2011?
I don't have the cover in front of me, but yes, I think it did have
Okay.
2011, but
But if you could send it to us, what you have, Ellen, would be great, and we can compare it with this. So, and I believe there was also a previous lighting ordinance written in 2015 by the planning board. So thank you. We're going to discuss this later on the agenda, but we really appreciate your coming forward and speaking.
thank you so much.
Thank you. Okay, still working? All right, anyone else from Citizens Speak that you're seeing at this time? Nope, okay. Great. Okay, at this time, and again, we're gonna come back to Tim for his staff update. We just may be moving it until we get audio. So why don't we, at this time, begin hearing from our, actually we have 1200 Rush Hill Road, but they will not be able to speak. Ned, do you see Ned on? Okay.
Ned's not up for this one.
Ned's not here at this time, so, okay. Because if he is remote, let's hold off on whether we need to defer this or not until we know if Ned is coming. Maybe somebody can send Ned a text, Tim? No? And see if he's not coming. We'll hold on and wait to whether we have to defer or not.
Richard has his hand raised.
Yes, Richard?
Are you able to hear us?
We are able to hear you slightly through Josh's computer audio.
Okay, Tim's trying to talk to you right now, so for what it's worth.
Great.
I can put him on speakerphone if that would help.
Sure, yeah, that would be great.
If we
As
don't
long as
speak,
there's-
then we can have Tim speak. It'll just create.
Because we can hear, I could hear Rich then. I don't know why I couldn't hear Tim.
Yeah, so I'm unmuting them because I'm a
Okay.
Zoom participant, but it also hears us in the room.
Okay.
So that's why it's getting feedback. So I can strategically unmute, but it'll cause feedback if we overlap.
Got it.
So if you want to have Tim speak, we can have him speak. we can
Okay.
as well.
Then why don't we let Tim do his staff update?
He's
And
not picking up his phone.
There.
Do you want me to speak to the Zoom or do you want me to speak on the phone? I'm getting phone calls. I'm trying to listen to my.
Actually, we can now hear you through Zoom. So Tim, you can go ahead and just speak unmuted.
Okay, great. So just on both 1200 Brush Hill Road and the web bill presentation, Ned sent me an email. He'd like to continue both of those items.
Okay.
So when we eventually open the continued public hearing for 1200 Brush Hill Road, I think we can just continue that to a date and time certain at our next meeting, and then we'll figure out the one Eliot Street presentation when we can get that back on the agenda. But so both of those will have to be pushed out.
Tim, what did you think of the meeting dates? The meeting dates, so
I have a question for him.
We had talked about changing the meeting dates to accommodate the public hearing for the memory care on Highland Street.
right.
So rather than doing the 9th and the 23rd, which are regularly scheduled meetings, to do the 16th and the 30th instead.
Okay.
So we are on track. We're expecting an application for technical review for that special permit process either tomorrow afternoon or Monday morning to be able to advertise on the 2nd and the 9th for a public hearing on the 16th. So nothing preventing the board from wanting to do a meeting on the 9th, but I think we had talked about pushing out to the 16th and the 30th, and then, potentially having another meeting in there if it's deemed necessary.
Okay. Great. That sounds good, Tim. So when we look at moving the 1200 Brush Hill Road, those are the dates. Okay.
16th would be the next one.
The 16th and the 23rd, yes. Anything else from staff update?
Yeah, I have a couple things that I wanted to run by you, and can you see me on the screen?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, and if I were to share my screen, would you be able to see it? I'm asking everybody.
Yes.
Yes.
All right, I'm going to try it because I wanted to run something. Can you see my screen? It's the Milton website.
Yes.
Okay. One thing that the select board has started to do, and I think the board has kind of talked about it in fits and starts in the past, is the posting of meeting materials online in advance of the meetings. It's a really easy. Well, I mean, easy. There's a little bit of labor involved, but technically it's easy. And I wanted to ask if the board would be interested in doing this, and I wanted to just kind of present two models of how it could potentially be done. So the first model is what the select board is doing. They have on their website, the left side menus, they have this item, select board meeting packets, and then it goes to this list. They just started doing it, the 13th. And you click on it, and it just clicks to, just a really big PDF of every single thing that's on their agenda. It's out there. People can look through it. They can follow along the agenda. It's all in order. But it's a big, long PDF. You see it's 68 pages. The other model is how the Board of Appeals, how do I get out of here? How the Board of Appeals handled the materials for the 40B hearings. So again, townofmilton.org, everyone's familiar with how the website works, and then they have this 40B menu. And rather than going to another townofmilton.org page, it opened up to a SharePoint page. This is just a Microsoft OneDrive folder structure. This is how we currently share meeting materials with the board, today. And it would just be as simple as including that link on the website so that people could click on it and go directly into this folder structure. So rather than 16A more, Lewis Parkway, whatever, it would be the meeting date, and then you crack it open, and it's all of the meeting materials, just like you all get, from me on a meeting by meeting basis. What I'll say is that I think we tend to like to do things within the website, so I haven't really, the Board of Appeals has done it. I haven't run it by IT in terms of whether this is their preferred method.
Could you pause briefly, Tim?
Tim, 1 second.
I'm going to try and swap computers to fix this.
Our tech crew is going to switch computers to correct our issue. So one minute. Hold that thought.
I may have sounded a little frustrated and curt earlier, but I thank you to MATV and the crew. They always do excellent work, and it's a tough situation, but they're always Johnny on the spot with the fix. So here we go. So as I was saying, this method is easiest for us because we're already doing this on a weekly basis, and it's really like seamless in terms of, we put it on, we put it in the folder for you, and then that just goes up on the website, easy peasy. The select board method is, more standard in terms of this is, it's the town website, and you're just posting a document on the town website, and it's just secure. We have support for it, everything like that. So I just wanted to present these two options to you just to put it on your radar. I'm going to talk to IT about what their suggestion would be. We also got a grant to get a new town website, so there may be some other changes afoot. But I just wanted to let you guys know that that's something that we're working on, and I think it'll be good. It'll be a good way for people at home to access all our materials. They can follow along as we go through the agenda. So that is coming. Stay tuned for that. The next thing, I think everyone may have been at the MBTA Communities Public Forum that we had last week. Very well attended. I think we had a peak of 93 participants in that meeting, which is great for a public meeting. We've also been getting some really great response to our survey. We've gotten almost 100 responses to the survey, which we've kind of blasted out through social media, on the town website. We put flyers up at the T stations. So we're getting a lot of good information from that. One thing coming out of that meeting that we are still working on, because we got a lot of really great questions, is putting together a frequently asked questions document, kind of based on things that we heard at the meeting, based on things that are coming in through our survey, so that, things that are just, stuff that people call me about on a weekly basis or send us emails, that hopefully we can put that up on the website, answer some quick kind of really basic questions that people have as we start to get further along into this process. We also had a meeting yesterday with the team from UTEAL, who was kind of going to do a first run at the compliance model that DHCD has created. The compliance model, as we've talked about, is a tool to kind of test. You sort of put the inputs in. Here's the district boundary. Here's the density we want. Here's other dimensional requirements, and it'll spit out, what that district looks like and whether it complies with the guidelines. And it's a really good tool because it takes all of the really intricate, kind of complicated things about the regulations and it automates them. So it automatically calculates the developable area, it calculates the gross density, calculates the unit capacity of every parcel. Real easy. I say easy, it's not easy at all. That's why we have a consultant working on it with us. But the output is, easily digestible. So we had a meeting with them yesterday. We gave them some pretty broad parameters for just to sort of put it into the machine and see what it spits out so that we can have something to kind of sink our teeth into. We gave them broad parameters because you can always chip away at stuff. If you make it too narrow, then you have to start to think, where do we make up either units or area or anything like that. So that's going to be a process that's going to take a couple weeks. We hope to, if the next time we meet is the 16th, my hope is that we have something to show to the board, and we can start to talk about, fine-tuning some of the dimensional requirements, fine-tuning some of the district boundaries. Like I said, we asked them to look at a really broad area. There may be reasons why we don't want to look at such a broad area. But I think, pinning that down is, the next domino to fall that will allow us to go out and start to do and procure the assistance that we need to do the fiscal impact analysis, because that'll help us kind of figure out, okay, here's something that we generally can go along with. Now let's start to make some assumptions about build out, about timeline. So our consultant over there is working on that. In the meantime, we may want to start to think about fine tuning also the scope of work that we've been working on for additional consultant services. So we're working on that. Another thing just to kind of put on all of your radars is the select board has been talking about and recently approved the creation of a climate action planning committee. We've been doing some work in conjunction with the engineering department around procuring some grant funds and some technical assistance around a greenhouse gas inventory and sort of the beginnings of a climate action plan. And so the select board authorized the creation of a committee to kind of steer that process. They're going to be looking for a planning board designee. We don't have to, it's not on the agenda tonight, but I wanted to put it on your radar. Start thinking about it. That's something that any of you are interested in. Or, you're always free to designate a non-board member to be your representative on these committees if that's something that you think is appropriate. The last thing is, and this is something related to an item we discussed at the last meeting, and also something that the select board discussed on Tuesday. The bylaw review committee is kind of up for extension in terms of their charge from town meeting. I think they're also at town meeting looking for a small appropriation for admin funding, just to have someone to help them out. But they were talking about, in conjunction with the supplemental budget request that the board authorized last week, to get some additional funds to do, effectively phase 2 of the zoning recodification work, which would entail a little bit more of a detailed look, under the hood of the zoning. The recodification work that's been done so far is really kind of not touching the language at all. I mean, even to the extent of not fixing grammatical and spelling mistakes. A phase 2 of that process would look kind of internally and say, do we need to consolidate the information on setbacks? Do we need to create dimensional tables? Some of the things that you look at the zoning bylaw and we're just going to be taking it from one bucket and putting it into a nicer bucket, through this current recodification process. But, do we want to start tinkering with what's in the bucket to extend that metaphor? And the question becomes, is that something that the planning board wants to oversee, or is that something that the planning board feels is an appropriate task for the bylaw review committee? And so, again, it's not on the agenda tonight, although this is kind of a question that came up, on Tuesday night. So it would be impossible to get on the agenda. So I don't know if the board has any kind of strong feelings about that they want to convey to the select board. They haven't taken any decision or taken any action on that question, just relative to either the supplemental budget request or kind of the, where does that work live? Does it live at the planning board, or does it live at the bylaw review committee? So that was just a question the town administrator wanted me to ask and see if the planning board had any input on that.
Cheryl, you had a question on that?
Yes, so Tim, when will we know about the supplemental budget request for a sort of a bigger look at the zoning? I don't think we need two parallel sort of processes going on when we've agreed, the planning board's agreed that we want to pursue bringing the code up to at least current standards relative to state law, to have it be more user-friendly, so having tables, having a set of definitions that are consistent. Like I've said before, we have height, the definition of height is different in many different locations, which is really confusing for people to use. Normally, you're going to have a table which has your dimensional requirements all laid out by district. It's just, so we've already said that we think that's a priority. And zoning articles run through the planning board. Whether they are going to work on it, it's going to have to come to us anyway. I don't see a need for two parallel tracks. So my question is, when might we know about that supplemental budget request? Is this going to be on at the same time that they have a budget request in? Like we have two different budget requests in for phase 2 codification?
I think that the town administrator and the finance director are still working on those supplemental budget requests. So I don't have a timeline. I can, if you want to table that question for a little bit, I can.
Yeah, and then my other comment would be, when that committee was established, it did not include zoning, and zoning was only added for what I thought was to be the phase 1 type of work. It's always been, in my experience, the planning board's interest in advancing that codification. So my personal opinion is I'd like for us to advocate through the town administrator for the funds that we requested already, that we've already voted for, which we said would be for this codification, and not have a separate budget item for a similar effort.
Well,
That's
Yeah.
my opinion.
no, but I think definitely the renewal of that bylaw committee, I would like to see that sort of, continue that group, just to have eyes on what we do. I think not working in conjunction, and I think their fees, I would like clarification on. I'm not sure what their expenses would be. Ours may be different. So before we.
My understanding is that they wanted some secretarial support, and I don't know how that relates to zoning. But if they're looking at phase 2 work, that's the kind of work that we talked about, hiring a consultant plus general code to do that work. I looked through what general code has done. It's, they have, what they flagged for us to look at is all very appropriate. They've already got it at their fingertips, what needs to be done. they haven't done it, and they did that audit before, but we only authorized them because we had to do this in 2 steps, right? This first step is just getting it all documented with its spelling errors and everything else. And the second step would be to do the cleanup. But do we want to do the cleanup when we've already said we want to go to the next step of making it better? And so if it seems to me that it's going to be very confusing if we have 2 separate efforts going on at the same time.
Tim, I think we should put this on a future agenda item. I think this will require more of a discussion than, I think we all need more information on this before we can make any assumptions or judgments on this.
Yeah, no, I think that's totally fine. Unfortunately, the planning board and the select board schedules don't match up in these regards, but I do think it warrants discussion and clarity. So
And how we move it
I
forward.
will make a note, and we can talk about that for the next agenda, and I'll just fill in the town administrator next time we chat.
Great, perfect.
I'd like to go back. Tim, I'd just like to go back to something you said just a moment ago prior in regard to the effort with respect to the MBTA communities legislation. And I just want to be careful what we say to the town. I think you described that a plan would be created, and I think your expression was that we could generally go along with. Did I hear you correctly?
Yeah.
Yeah, I just think we're so early in that process, and we've heard so many people recently that were in the meeting that happened last week that occurred some significant concern. I don't think that's the appropriate way to describe whatever that plan is that they create. It's a model. It's something we could utilize for a financial, for a financial assessment. But I don't think we should say it's a plan that we could generally go along with. We're a long way off from something like that. Fair?
I mean, we're talking semantics here. I don't think that we should model something that is not something that we would generally go along with. I get what you're saying, but also I don't think we're that far off in terms of what we're trying to get at. I think that we should be modeling something that is credible, that we think could potentially I don't think we should model the whole transit area plus every area that could potentially have MBTA community zoning. I think we need to sort of look at what is going to be a framework that can be like I said, credible going forward, because I think if you model other things, you're not going to get good information.
Yeah, I guess, Tim, all I'm saying is I'm sensitive to the concerns of the residents. We heard an awful lot of people that were concerned last week, and we're going to get an example that we could utilize. And it's, I don't want anybody to become alarmed by a plan that we could go along with. We're a long way off from that.
So Tim, I see your point, Sean. So Tim, I think the way I understand it, it would be a starting point for us to. You can't analyze the impacts without having some starting point, and that's my understanding of what it is. It's not something that is fixed. In other words, it can change, but we have to start someplace to see what the impacts can be, because otherwise it's just conjecture in a sense,
Sure.
Right? So,
Yeah.
Okay, so if
It
we
gives
all
a
agree that
sense of-
that's what it is,
Right.
then I think.
It allows the residents to visualize the impacts of this visually and physically in the town, and opportunity where the placement could potentially be, and then we can look at those potential impacts. But I think that visualization is our first step.
Yeah.
Okay. Good. Yes.
And I think, Tim, if you could, you sent it an email to us, and maybe the public would be interested in that website. I did go to that website where you can map density, and I did export some PDFs to understand what we already have for existing density. But if people who are interested in that and sort of taking a look at it, can you put that website on
Yeah, we'll do that. We'll put that on the MBTA community site.
Perfect.
just in our kind of links portion, we can absolutely do that. And Cheryl, a lot of people have been playing around with that. You know, people that you wouldn't expect. I get phone calls like, oh, it's poking around on the density website. So it's really fortunate timing that that tool came out, because I think it's going to be very helpful for the conversation.
And Tim, I do want to say thank you for, I thought you did a great job with your presentation, and our town is very grateful for that. I am getting questions on, you know, people finding out that where they can, if they weren't able to see it. I don't know if Milton Access is going to be able to be running that. People, you know, look to the Milton cable for it. Not everybody's familiar with the YouTube now.
Yeah, we've been working with Shane on so we recorded that meeting. We've gotten it over to MATV. They've got to do a little bit of editing, but that'll go up on their video on demand page, and we'll link to that on the planning board website, and then, you know, maybe it goes into the TV rotation for some late night viewing if people are interested in it. But they're in the process of working on that. As soon as we get a link from them, we'll post that up.
Great, perfect. Was there anything else, Tim, that you had?
That's it.
Okay, great, thank you. So now we can move forward. I would like to now open the public hearing for 1200 Brush Hill Road, Scenic Road permit. And I'd like to have a motion to move this to the 16th.
Make a motion to continue the public hearing for 1200 Brush Hill Road, Scenic Road permit application to February 16th at 7:05.
7:05.
I'll second.
Okay, all in favor? Sean?
Yes.
Cheryl?
Yes?
Rich?
Yes.
And myself, yes. Thank you. Okay. And now?
Could you repeat that time?
7:05.
7:05, yeah. Okay. And now I'd like to move to open our public hearing for 440 Granite Avenue site plan approval, continued from February 9th. And welcome, Marion. That's And Marion, tonight, I had spoken to Tim, and I just want to make sure I've conveyed to you, we're not going to be discussing parking this evening. We're going to wait on that, as we don't really, until we know what the final plan is, it's sort of a waste of time to discuss parking. But the traffic and engineering, we're happy to discuss tonight. So,
Can you just explain what you mean by a waste of time in talking? It's not until a final plan?
until a final plan, the parking.
Until the
Are
commercial
you thinking
space,
of
or?
your discussion about commercial
Yes.
space on the first floor?
Yes, and unit density, and it's all tied in together. And we all know this project, you know, parking is a significant part of this. But if there will be changes to the plan regarding commercial, regarding the number of units, density, it's all tied in. So I think it's just premature right now to.
Why wouldn't we
discuss-
have them explain or review the parking on the project as they've applied? They have an application that we're still discussing that we haven't discussed in full, because we haven't discussed all the information that's been submitted to us. So I would think that we would at least discuss that. Even if it is going to change, we should discuss what's been submitted, no?
We had 14 hearings on the last go-around, and nothing changed. This is a very different situation. It's now before the Zoning Board of Appeals, who had really strong issues and really strong concerns with the project as is, as do I. And I do not want to waste time. We wasted a good part of last year on hearing after hearing and hearing the same thing over and over again. So I want to know what the project will ultimately be. I know it's what's being proposed right now, but
I think we have an obligation to discuss for the public what's been submitted to us as an application,
Right, well-
myself, so.
Well, I'm going to wait until the ZBA again hears this, but I am open to the engineering, because I understand that the reduction, you know, that makes sense to discuss the engineering. And we really have only about a half an hour tonight to allocate towards this, so we have a lot on our agenda.
We do want to talk about the traffic.
Yes, and we do want to
Because
talk
we
about
have
that.
brought our traffic
Absolutely,
engineer with us
absolutely,
tonight,
yes.
Mr. Nord Calicari. He has
Yes,
traveled
welcome.
here in order to be here in person.
Thank
which
you.
is always a nice
Thank you.
opportunity after all the Zoom hearings. I'm Mary McKettrick. I represent the applicant. So our plan tonight was to go through engineering first,
Great.
and then ask Binod to present on the traffic analysis that's been done. I'll also talk at the end, after engineering, a little bit about construction management. We have a construction management plan. I did give you a little summary email before this meeting. I always like
Thank
to
you.
do that. I don't always stick strictly to that. But I didn't say too much about construction management. When we get to that, I'll open my notebook and I'll just basically go through it. I know already there were some questions that one planning board member asked for more information about, and the team that's working on this application will provide that additional information, but we're not going to provide it tonight. So my point tonight is to say to you, we'll go through what's in the construction management plan. I'd like to hear about what else you might want or need to know. That also applies to everything else that we're presenting tonight. So the purpose is to go through what we've made available to you for this application, and then to find out what additional questions you have or what concerns you may have. Then we can respond at our next hearing. The group that's working on this project is working on external design issues, but that's not something we're ready to talk about tonight. We do want to know when the next hearing will be, and so at the end perhaps we can talk about that. Board of Appeals is scheduled right now to meet on, I think it's either the 14th or the 15th of March. I'll have to decide whether we're ready to go back to the Board of Appeals. So I realize this is difficult. This is a in tandem process. The Board of Appeals did ask us to do a parking management plan and a draft plan. I've given that to them. We haven't had a hearing since I gave that to them. And you have that in your material, so we'd be happy to hear any comments from you. I haven't worked on a parking demand management plan before, so I looked at what's been done for some other applications in this town and other places and tried to think about what might make sense. That came from a Board of Appeals member who was concerned about not generating additional traffic, but setting up a design that would I guess, encourage pedestrian use and other types of uses, and also wouldn't invite additional cars to come into a site if there was a way to discourage it and still function as the project is supposed to function. So that's the purpose of that. So I'm going to backtrack a little bit here and go back to stormwater management and engineering. In your notebooks, section 2, I'm just going to see where. Exhibit 2, it's number 4. You're looking on your computer. And if it's in your notebook, it's very small, but there is a site plan for engineering. And I have given you a version of this is up to date as of September 2021. That's when we made last changes to some of this design. We've also made some changes since then, so we'll probably be doing further updates. But I did want to point out to you that you may have seen a letter from the town engineer today, who said, and I was happy to hear her say this, that she felt that her conclusions from the previous application still apply to this project because the footprint of this project is the same. The drainage, she didn't get into the detail, but the drainage coming off the roof will be the same, or it's a one floor less, maybe a little bit less. So she still is approving the peer review conclusions and the final plan, the engineering plan that's here for this particular proposal. The remark she made at the end about the relocating a drain, not up to date. I talked to her at 5 o'clock, and she said she was looking at the wrong plan. That if you go to page 4 of the engineering site plan, and if you look at it on your computer, it'll be much easier to read. But even if you look at the one that's a hard copy here, in the right-hand lower corner of this plan, there's a triangle, and that's at the corner of the building. And in small print, it says drain line to be abandoned. And then there's a line that's sort of like a striped line that starts at Mechanic Street, goes down, and then it goes at right angles to Granite Ave, and then back up towards the building. That's the new drain line. So that has been designed, just as was requested by the town. And in fact, that drain line is on the sidewalk and not on the private land. So there is no easement that will be required for that drain line. So that information wasn't quite up to date. And I'm sure the town engineer will be taking another look as well. She said she would send an updated letter to the planning board, so just wanted to address
Perfect.
that
That's
whole
great.
issue.
That's great.
I'm going to start with stormwater. I'm not an engineer, so the way I read these plans is I go right to the table and I look at whether, the stormwater drainage coming off the project after the project is going to be in line with what the town requires, which is that you don't increase flow off a site from what it was before, and you often look to see if maybe it's even a little better. So what happened here was, in the original design, there was a slight increase in flow off the site. So the town took the applicants back to their plans and said, we want you to do some more design work because we want you to absorb more on site. And so what they did then was they added a long drains on Granite Ave where the trees are on the sidewalk. So it's a trench, what they call a trench drain. It's underground, but the water will flow into it, be filtered, and then eventually find its way into the stormwater pipes. They also, the applicant then also added permeable pavement to all the entrance driveways.
Yeah. Do you know what the materials
They don't, but I can ask them to tell you.
what they were
what
suggesting, or just
You happen to know the answer.
it just might be impervious?
I'm sorry, this is Patrick O'Connor.
Yes.
This is,
He does. Yeah.
I want to say that a number of us are not here tonight because a lot of people
Yeah.
are on vacation.
Yeah.
We still wanted to have this hearing because we were prepared to present these
Yeah.
reports to you. But if there's anything that I can't answer, I'm just going to take the question back. So I'll ask for the permeable pavement material. May not even have been determined yet. But the fact that it is permeable is now on the plan and is part of the plan.
So,
So
can I
if you
ask a
look
question
at
on
the
the
little
permeable?
memo that I gave you, on page 2, I copied the table from the updated stormwater review that does show those statistics. So I'm not going to go into more detail on stormwater. If you have questions about it, I'll take them back to the engineer.
Okay.
Because I'm not technically highly qualified to answer your questions.
Thank you.
That's what I look for when I look at this plan. But there's more to the engineering report than just the stormwater plan. They also have a section in that report in which they study the ground underneath the surface of the site. And they did test borings, and they investigated what the material was, and then they looked at the design, the proposed design, the steel framework with wood, and at that time, the size of the building actually was larger than what's being proposed now. It had one more floor, whether the site could support the proposed design. And they also have some, statements in there that they didn't look at certain things. There are other things. I think it was hazardous materials underground, that kind of thing. So that section is in the report, and if you have background or expertise or you're concerned about that, I'd suggest reviewing that and then sending questions. If you have additional questions and you don't have them for me tonight, send them to the town planner and he will forward them to us, and then we'll get your answers. We'll send them back in the form of an email.
That's great. Cheryl, you had a question on stormwater, I think. Did you
Yes.
ask something?
I did. So my experience with pervious pavement is that it requires regular maintenance, otherwise it's going to get clogged and won't perform properly. So I just wanted to make sure that required maintenance program is outlined in the O&M plan. And I didn't see it, and I also thought that the condo doc should address this. So that there's a responsibility, in the condo association to maintain that. And it would be something similar, like to the things that you talked about with cleaning up after dogs and keeping sidewalks clean. All of that kind of stuff will flow to the condo association.
Yep.
So those things should be in the condo docs.
We don't,
And usually when
they
we,
should be,
yeah,
and they will be.
Yeah.
But we haven't written them yet. So I think
I just-
it's a
it's
good
just
time
for
to say
the-
this is what should be in them.
Yeah.
As far as the O&M plan, that's a very good point. I'll look back at the O&M plan. It may not specifically address that issue because this permeable pavement may have been added after they finished doing it.
yeah, I think it's
Oh, but they-
it's at least an annual cleaning, if not
It may
more,
be,
but,
my recollection is that it's seasonal.
Yeah.
That- And what the cleaning consists of sweeping and not exactly vacuuming, but close to it.
Right.
That's the issue. So, I mean, permeable pavement can be a real problem when you have it throughout a development or something like that, or if it's private landowners. And with a condominium, you can specify that that's a maintenance requirement that has to be performed. You can say how often, you can say how it should be done. And it's a very limited area. But it will help with the drainage if it's maintained properly. And so I think it's workable in this, in my opinion, and I'm not an engineer, but it seems like a better way to use the idea of permeable pavement than some of the other proposals where it's all over the place and you don't know if anybody ever follows up and cleans it.
no, I support having it here. I just want to make sure that the maintenance is covered properly so that
Okay.
it performs.
We'll come back to you on that and give you some
Good.
language.
That's terrific.
Okay,
So we can move on to,
see, I know there's a lot more to engineering than,
Right.
15
No,
minutes, but there's a lot of material in these folders. If you have a particular interest in it, and I say this
Okay.
to the public as well, you really should go to the website. It's all on there, the whole full report is on there, and you can go through it. And I tried to, give subheadings for the pages where certain things begin, so that you can look up a topic that interests you as far as the engineering and
Yeah,
stormwater
that's great.
report go.
Just I'll just make a quick comment, just in
Sure.
terms of public who might be interested in listening, and Sean may have some comment on this too. But because this site, I think I said this at the last hearing, is fully paved and fully built out now, the stormwater requirements are not significantly changed because it's based on your footprint of, impervious. So what they're required to provide here is not what you would provide, let's say, on a green site, on a site that's got already soil and et cetera. So like we oftentimes see large structures for stormwater, which we don't see here, in part because because of the condition of the existing site. So I just throw that out there for people if they're watching. You have anything to add to that, Sean?
No, but you're correct. I mean, the development is not changing the ability of the site to drain. The site doesn't drain as it is existing, so the new one doesn't have a higher standard to reach. So the engineering's fine. I've been through it and I'm familiar with the engineers so I don't have any questions. You may or may not have any questions on it.
No.
and we'll wait for that updated letter from the department, the
Sure. I
engineering
mean,
department.
she just couldn't get it out at 5 o'clock tonight.
I know,
You'll have it
and
probably
she's
tomorrow.
wonderful, so I really trust, her eyes on it, so that's great.
Okay, so I think I'd like to go to the back end construction management, just so we do that first, and then let the rest of the discussion be the traffic
Okay.
analysis. So you'll find the section 11 on this notebook that I gave you is a construction management plan. This is a draft, but the draft was reviewed a year and a half ago by the DPW with discussion with the fire chief about issues such as how does a fire engine access the site throughout the construction process. There may not be as much detail in here as you'd like to see in terms of, there is a plan, although I found it rather difficult to read, but maybe online it would be easier. There are some exhibits at the end of the construction management plan showing traffic direction, and there are rules and guidelines in the plan itself for how that should be done. So I'm just going to kind of leaf through it and just give you a general idea of what's here. There's phasing and scheduling. The hours right now proposed are what they call typical work hours. These are things I know when you're doing a permit, a site plan, development permit. I know in the past, we have a discussion about hours, and sometimes the hours that are decided are a little bit different from the maximum number of hours you could possibly do it. In here, they're talking about 7 a.m. to 6 p.m. weekdays, 7 a.m. to 6 p.m. on Saturday. It's just something to look at, and whether there's an issue or not, or we hear that from the public, this will be a good time to bring it up, or, to get back to the planning board on that issue. They expect that the construction duration would be about 20 months. If there did have to be night work or weekend work, this would probably be just for, because of emergency, or because certain work has to be done when the traffic is somewhat less. So anyway, there would have to be permission granted by the town of Milton before that could take place. And then the stages of construction, initially surrounding the site by a 72-inch chain link fence. That's supposed to be secure, so people can't get onto the site when it's not open for construction work. There'd be pedestrian, relocation of pedestrian routes, because you'd be working on the sidewalk for part of this project. Trucks access through a large swing gate on Granite Ave, and same thing on Mechanic Street. Then there's a stage 2, they're talking about periodic, I saw this and I thought periodic closure of Mechanic Street. Reading it initially, it sounds like, 3 days a week Mechanic Street will be closed. What they're talking about is that there will be times when the street has to be closed for limited periods and with advance notice, because there's certain types of work that will just require that traffic not be passing this site. And this work will be scheduled at off-peak hours, and then it will be opened to traffic again. So it's vague at this point. It's just a warning or sort of advance notice that this site will require that happen at certain times. Perhaps they're saying perhaps 15 or 20 times during this whole 20-month construction period. They'll certainly be protecting the perimeter with secure fencing. All the procedure will comply with OSHA standards and that sort of thing. The town exercises oversight over construction sites and requires, just before you start construction, a more detailed plan, and has their rules as well that might exceed just talking about OSHA rules. So there's no reference to that in here, but I know in my past, limited experience at least, with different projects, the town has its own sign-off that, you can't proceed until you show that you're going to do certain things. So I'm going to skip through that, but there's language about that. There's always going to be access to the site for emergency vehicles, and safe access for pedestrians and automobiles during normal day-to-day times. There will be temporary utility connections, and of course, police details will be used as necessary. So I know that, I think Cheryl had asked about truck movements during construction. There is a paragraph about this, basically saying that trucks coming to and from the site are required to use major arterial roadways or highways, not local streets. That's basically going to mean they're going to be coming off the expressway onto Granite Ave and to the site. Beyond that, it's not detailed, and I think maybe possibly Cheryl was looking for more detail. So we're supposed to be giving you more information. Just
while you're there, it says in this paragraph, a detailed trucking plan is shown on the sheet, and then you go to the sheet, which is at the end, and at least the book, I don't see any routes marked on this plan.
No.
So it's CMP-010. So it's nothing there. So
There's nothing.
Yes, and at our meeting this week,
yeah.
the group said, no, we're going to give that to you next week.
Okay.
I looked at that too, and I didn't see it. I didn't see that it was actually marked.
Okay.
So yes, that's missing, and that has to be provided.
Okay, thanks.
Same thing, I mean, for all of those sheets, they don't really give you very much information. You did ask about dust, Cheryl asked about dust control. There are some descriptions
yeah, what
right here, but you wanted more.
I wanted related to the demolition in particular, because when you go back to the phase, or you were talking about the phasing,
Yeah.
phase 1 doesn't actually mention demolition. And there's buildings and parking demolition, there's buildings right on the, there's one building right on the property line.
Yeah.
And so, you know, there really should be at least some discussion of how
Okay.
that's going to be done. I don't know, the buildings are probably wood frame, they're not big buildings, so the demolition probably is not that complicated, but nonetheless, it'll cause some dust and it'll cause some impact on that if it's right on the property line, so how you access it and so forth. So
Okay,
I just
well,
would like that addressed in that section. As far as during the regular construction, what you had in here for dust control, you know, it seems, I guess, I find the whole plan to be very light in terms of not very detailed, but it does touch on this. But, you know, the reality is you're building very close to existing residences, and you're building close to the highway too, but whatever you can do to, you know, what this becomes is the enforcement mechanism. So if somebody calls, you know, the building department and says they have concerns about what's happening during construction, the building, you know, official gets to come to this and enforce it based on this. So if it doesn't have any meat, then he doesn't have any tool to work with. So, so that's why I asked for more information.
I have a few things that I can go back
Okay.
to and look at that I perhaps have seen with projects that I've worked on. If the planning board happens to know of a good detail, I could think of one project that I think might be worth looking at. It wasn't mine project, but, and so I'll look for examples. But if I find we don't have enough, I'll come back and ask the planning director or planning board to.
There are a couple of things that if you're still going through it, I'll wait,
Yeah.
but yeah, okay, go ahead.
Sure. I mean, I'm on snow removal, but you can go back if you want to.
Go ahead,
to the
no.
previous section.
Marion, could I make a couple of comments?
Yes.
Before you get to snow removal?
Yep.
This is a difficult site to build. You know, it's a zero lot line site. You have a one-way street being Mechanic Street. You have traffic on Granite Ave that in that area travels at some travel at a pretty high rate of speed. So I do think that, you know, it certainly can be done, but I do think for the benefit of the neighbors that are on Mechanic Street, that this construction management plan should be advanced. And there should be some significant detail provided to the people that will be, you know, living in the surrounding areas. I think if I read correctly that Mechanic Street is proposed to be closed 20 times. I saw a number in there somewhere, but
It says that it could be as many as
Sure.
20 instances of times when it would have to be closed, period.
I'm not even sure you could make that statement right now, honestly, because it's not fair to whoever has to build it
Yeah.
to tie them to 20. But, you know, some of the concerns that I see is that traffic coming to the site, equipment, materials, and so on and so forth, it looks like it's challenging. You're either coming down Mechanic Street through the neighborhood, or you're on Granite Ave, which is not going to be easy either. So I'm not saying one is better than the other, but figuring out how to get to the site is going to be a little bit of a challenge, and I think it should be thought through, at least to make some, and obviously you don't have engaged yet the people that are going to be responsible for building it. So it's hard to make commitments at this stage to what you will do. I just think it's worth, at least for the community, to understand that this needs some thought.
Well, Sean, the applicant is going to be the builder as well,
I understand.
so.
Yeah. Well,
But I understand what you're saying. I mean, even if the builder is part of the project, it's not at that level of detail that you're describing yet, because from my perspective as a lay person, it's hard for me also to understand exactly how it will work. So you want more detail, that's what you're asking for, and more specifics.
Although they're the builder, they're not the site contractor, they're not the formwork subcontractor, they're not the framer, so when you get to that level, there'll be strategies that'll be used. But a couple of things I think, Marion, that are realistic to anticipate. The sidewalk is unusable for the duration of the project, and you'll probably need some portion of what is currently parking spaces and what will be parking spaces. I imagine that you're going to be out on Granite Ave with a permanent barrier that's going to be there through the duration of the project. I think the traffic on Granite Ave is going to be distracted by the construction activity, and I imagine drivers, there's some risk slowing that traffic down so we don't have accidents while people are glancing over to see what's going on the project is a real issue. And you may, and I'm not sure if this is possible or not, you may want to find a way to access the end of Mechanic Street two-way to feed the site.
During construction.
I don't know. I don't know if we could even do that, but I think
really
it's
narrow,
something
yeah.
that is probably worth at least considering now. So I guess without going beyond that, I think there's a fair amount of thought that needs to go into it.
That's very helpful. I mean,
So,
it helps me understand the detail that you're looking for.
And feel free to send any memos or notes or, that we can
I've tried
forward to
that.
you and get those to
Yeah,
Tim,
I'll
and
do my
we can
best to
do.
get it down, but I always watch.
We
I
can
watch
send
it.
questions too, yeah.
that's
That's
helpful,
great.
Marion, I'll leave you with one last thought or one last comment is there'll be a point in time where the site will be essentially full. And is the staging area only going to be the site, or is there a staging area that will be used that's not within the site?
So
In
will
other
be a
words-
separate staging area at any point, particularly when everything is.
Yeah, I don't know.
busy.
I don't know, but I think if that is part of the plan, it would be good
It
to
should be in here.
it would be good to identify it.
Well, and if it's not going to be, it should be in here, because you're going to want to know about it.
Yeah.
Yeah, sometimes the
I believe
adjacent,
it's under discussion.
yeah,
Yeah.
so, that adjacent parking lot's not fully utilized, that it could be a good place either for that or for construction worker parking, which I asked you about at our last meeting. I think that's a real impact to the neighbors, because construction worker parking is going to be a real challenge. And also, if there's going to be a job trailer and dumpsters, because that's the reality of building. The team that's building has to have an on-site place, and part of that, I think I agree with Sean, is it's going to be a request to use the on-street parking. But we don't want cars up and down the neighboring streets from construction workers.
All right, so
And-
really, yeah, you're also
I-
asking, where
And
construction.
so I asked about that before, but it's really important, because sometimes what happens is there's an off-site location, and then there's some kind of effort to get those folks over to the site. It's probably not the most convenient way to do it, but it has to be thought about, because that could become one of the sources of frustration for neighbors. And the other thing that I had mentioned, which is similar in nature, is the timing of the deliveries. And I know that it's going to be a little hard to control, but it can be managed, I think, to some extent. Sean, so they're not blocking roadways at peak times, right? If you have a big delivery of materials, that's going to be a large piece of equipment, and then they're going to have equipment to offload everything that's on it. These sites, these kind of urban or tight sites are built on all the time with much bigger buildings, and they work it out. But I think it's just helpful for neighbors to understand, since they are so close by, what it would be like for that 84 weeks of construction, right? So.
Yeah, and I agree, Cheryl, and I guess that's my point. It's possible to do it. It's challenging. they should be afforded an opportunity to have some framework to what the approach is going to be.
Okay, I think that's helpful, and I'll take all of that back to the group that will be working on this, that knows more about it than I do.
Yeah.
And we'll come back with more detail, and
great.
eventually, hopefully, get to the detail that you're really
Thank
looking
you.
for.
Thank you. Great. So we move on to traffic?
Just to
Yeah.
mention on snow removal, and also to go back to the, just in general management of the site issue on snow removal. This is an unusual site in that respect because there's very little room. There's no place to put a pile of snow on the site, even whether during construction or after the building is constructed. So the commitment, and it would be part of the condominium bylaws and the condominium plan also, is that snow will be removed by hand from this site, and anything more than 4 inches will be trucked off the site. And there's not a lot of space for snow to land the way this site is designed, but you have to be able to remove snow from the parking spaces and from the entryways to the garages. And it's going to be removed by bringing in a truck and now, after this winter, who knows, but, we might have a heavy snow winter again, and that's exactly how it will be handled. There will be no storage on this, no snow storage on this site at all for this particular site. Rodent control, this is kind of standard language, but it's always an issue with construction like this, and you have to treat before you go in, and then you have to treat during the project, and then you have to address problems as they arise. So they're simply saying that they'll implement a rodent control program by licensed pest control contractors. Emergency contacts, there's information here. There would probably be more provided. I'm not going to go through the details because I don't know a whole lot about them, but if you have questions about them, and I agree that the plans that are at the end here are just suggestions of the site, really, and how we have to show that traffic can be moved around the site. So that's a very quick review of construction management and engineering for this project. I'd like to devote the rest of our time to a discussion of the traffic analysis and turn it over to Vinod Kalakari. He has been very important in this project from the beginning. We've had other engineers from the firm working with us as well. But he is basically going to do a presentation, and hopefully you'll have some discussion and questions.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Welcome.
I understand you have other items on the agenda, so I'll
Yeah.
try to be efficient with the presentation, but we can definitely get into specifics as part of the Q&A. For the record, my name is Vinod Kalakiri. I'm a senior transportation planner, traffic engineer with VHB. I'm a professional engineer, licensed in Massachusetts, and a professional traffic operations engineer, certified to practice this type of work. So as Marion mentioned, we've been involved right at the beginning of the project, very early in the process, just given the location of the site, and the context, the traffic, the work, the other projects that have been going on. We wanted to make sure that we put on the traffic hat, if you would, and make sure that the site access, circulation, all of that works for the proposed development. So again, we all know the site location, sort of the northeasterly corner of Granite Ave and Mechanic Street. Go to the next slide, please. So, so there should be one with the.
Scroll is very sensitive.
Oh. Thank you. Yeah, so the study itself has been prepared in accordance with the state guidelines. The Mass DOT outlines specific methodology of how we do traffic studies, how we collect data, how we adjust them, what we do for the current conditions, what we do for the future conditions, with and without the project. So we've pretty much followed the state guidelines for the preparation of traffic impact studies. So the original study was prepared back in April 2001. That's for the larger project. That went through an extensive peer review by an independent third-party peer review consultant hired by the town. So there was a few iterations of comments back and forth with the peer review consultant. We've pretty much addressed all of their technical comments, and they've said, that they've been addressed. And then, so that was back in April 2021 was the date of the original study. And then more recently, end of November 2022, we updated our analysis and projections for the current application because it's a smaller development with fewer residential units, smaller retail square footage. So we wanted to make sure that for the record, we had a document that talked about what the previous study said and what the new numbers show and whether there's a meaningful difference. And at the end of the day, when we look at the study area, the area that we look at, Granite Avenue, Mechanic Street, and as part of the peer review, we were also asked to look at Adams Street and its intersections with Granite Avenue and Mechanic Street. So essentially, the triangle encompassing that entire block. We looked at that. We looked at analysis that was done by other projects in the area. We wanted to make sure that we accounted for these other developments. So our future conditions analysis, for example, includes if this project weren't going to happen, right? The traffic obviously is not going to stay static. There will be other developments approved or that are in the pipeline or under construction that will be complete. So we made sure that we accounted for projections for those projects in our analysis. And then on top of that, we overlaid the projections for this project, the retail component and the residential component. And the traffic projections are developed based on Institute of Transportation Engineers guidelines. That's a national standard that's used across the country for different types of projects. They have projections for all types of uses, residential, retail, office, labs, all types of uses. So we identified the appropriate codes that we need to use for the residential component, mid-rise apartment community, and then we also included retail development, the appropriate codes to estimate the traffic. At the end of the day, even with the original project, which was larger, and definitely with the project that's in front of you now as part of this application, the projections are relatively modest in terms of the actual peak hour numbers. So when we do traffic studies, the study looks at the peak times. So obviously there is traffic during the course of the day, but not all traffic goes in at the same time and comes out at the same time. So we look at the peak hours. And for the types of uses we are looking at here, the commercial and the residential, those peak times, there's a peak in the morning, whether you're commuting traffic, that it's 1 hour between 7 and 9 in the morning. So it could be 7:15 to 8:15 or 7:30 to 8:30. Usually that's the morning commute. And then you have another peak in the afternoon or early evening between 4 and 6. So while there is traffic flow during the course of the day, those 2 hours, 1 hour in the morning, 1 hour in the afternoon, are the times when traffic really spikes. And we identify those peak times, and we look at the operations during those times, with the logic being if we are able to analyze and demonstrate the impacts during those times, and if there are impacts that need to be mitigated, that we actually mitigate that. In this instance, there aren't any impacts that required mitigation from a capacity point of view, but if you're able to mitigate it for the peak hours, then obviously that mitigation would work for other hours of the day when the numbers are lower. So that's the logic behind looking at those peak times, 1 hour in the morning, 1 hour in the afternoon. The traffic operations analysis shows that the additional traffic associated with this project, after taking out the traffic that's generated by the existing uses that are going to be demolished. There are 5 residential homes. There's about 2,500 square feet of commercial space. So those uses already generate some traffic today. So you subtract that from the system, and then you add in the estimated traffic for the new development. The numbers are small enough that when you look at the operations that on all these roadways, for example, Granite Avenue carries almost 900 to 1,000 cars an hour during the peak times. Those are relatively large numbers independent of this project, and the incremental impact from the project is somewhere in the order of 15 to 25 cars. So the delta is not significant, and when you look at the metrics like delays and queues and capacity, it doesn't actually, the needle doesn't move much. There are various metrics. You might have heard the term level of service. those types of metrics do not change at all with and without the project, indicating that the numbers associated with this development from a traffic impact point of view are not significant, again, from a capacity point of view. But obviously, we do need to make sure that the circulation, site access, pedestrian flow, all of that are appropriately taken into consideration so that there is no congestion or hotspots close to the site. So we did all of that. There was a request during the peer review, for example, for us to look at the number of gaps available on Granite Avenue. So as cars are moving on Granite Ave northbound, the peer reviewer said, how many, can cars on Mechanic Street exit onto Granite Ave during the peak times because there's so much traffic? So there's an actual data analysis that we could do that looks at actual gaps between cars, how many seconds of gaps there are, and how many cars need to be processed with those gaps. And we were able to demonstrate that there are adequate gaps available to support the added traffic from the project. So overall, based on the analysis, and definitely with the smaller project that we're talking about as part of this application, which is 12 to 28% less traffic than the original traffic study that we had submitted, there's adequate capacity to support the additional traffic. So if you go to the next slide, which is again the site layout, and I know we don't want to get into parking supply and densities and those types of discussions, but we did put a lot of thought on the technical side of how, if this was the project, the number of units, the square footage of retail, how would we accommodate the parking demand for it? Where would loading happen, and where would be the trash pickup? And you'll see in some of the graphics, like for example, the red line represents the site boundaries. The sidewalks are being substantially widened. Today, they're in just about 5 feet plus or minus around the site. There's really nothing much on the Mechanic Street side of the site. But we are looking for a continuous, at least 10-foot wide sidewalk on both sides of the site frontage to make sure that there's adequate room for pedestrians to navigate. There's a slider puzzle parking system within the site. Again, without getting into the numbers, that's where the residential parking would happen. There's some time-restricted parking spaces on Mechanic Street that would accommodate both visitors or guests for the residents in the nighttime, and it would be available for the commercial use in the daytime. And then there's on-street parallel parking along Granite Avenue. Today, there are only about 7 spaces along this frontage. This project is closing off 3 curb cuts, so we actually have more frontage that could be repurposed for parking. So the existing 7 spaces, we're actually extended. Actually, it's now, with this plan, you'd have 12 spaces, 3 of which, the 3 spaces at the back are shown as loading, move in, move out, Uber, Lyft type of quick turnover where it's not a long-term parking. But even after accounting for that use, there's still 2 additional spaces of regular parking when compared to what's out there today. So on-street parking there is a noticeable improvement, but then also on-site for resident parking as well as the commercial parking, we're taking that into account. Drop-offs, pickups, handicap parking are all accommodated. But obviously, as we go further, we'll get into more specifics about the parking and the densities.
Yeah, thank you.
I think that's all I have. There's a summary on one of the slides says a summary of the parking, which we'll get to in the next meeting, a future meeting. And then the last slide, I think you've seen this at the previous presentation. That's sort of the stacker puzzle system that moves cars, so you're able to stack more cars in a single area, so you're not you're not restricted in terms of just surface parking. So.
Great.
I have a couple questions.
Yes,
if I
yes,
could.
thank you.
And by the way, I think I should just say, Vinod and I happen to work for a common client. You work for Cargo Ventures, I work for Cargo Ventures, right? You do design work for them. I'm on the construction side, so we've participated in conference calls together. I just felt I should say that. Two questions. One, could you go back to the graphic that showed the parking within the building? Is that possible to do that, Josh?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, it's
I-
slide 3, I believe.
One of the questions I have is the space that is the most southerly space in the garage. It doesn't show. You've shown some of the turning radiuses in and out of spaces. It looks like it's a really difficult space to use. I'm not saying it can't be used, but it looks tough. But maybe you can confirm for us that not a problem. You can get in and out of that space. You'll see in a moment. So the space that is furthest in that direction, Vinod. Nope. As you look at the plan, furthest to the right. So you'd be backing out into what looks to me like you're backing into the entry, right?
Yep.
Yeah.
So the stacker, in terms of the layout of the stacker system, so the vendor, and I've participated in projects where the stacker systems are actually designed and each of these systems are customized for each site. I believe there's actually a plan to have, interested parties visit existing operating sites like this in South Boston. I've been to some of those sites, and they can make the vendors actually lay out each of these spaces to ensure that vehicles can turn in and out. I mean, we can furnish turning templates for each of those spaces.
The only space that concerned me is the one I'm referring to.
The rightmost.
Yeah.
Yep.
Is that the loading zone space?
No,
No,
it's one of the stackers, the last stacker.
that one there. Yeah.
Can I just?
Of course.
Sure. Oh, but you don't go into each of those spaces.
Yeah.
You only go into 2 entries.
Okay.
It's a slide puzzle system, so there are 2, we didn't see, because I
So
don't know that we
I
want to
guess
talk.
I'd just like to understand where it enters, Pat. You know what I mean? Which is
No car's gonna come out of that.
great.
There are
Okay.
2 openings and I think maybe
don't
we
know if
could
it
clarify
shows on
this
the-
a little bit
Yeah.
for you.
Yeah,
So
that'd be helpful.
if we
It'd
would
just be
show you on this drawing, and we'll do that, we'll go back and do that, approximately where you would have the 2 openings through which a car will drive in. So you enter the garage, you turn into one of 2 openings, get out of your car, you walk out of the space, you press a button or you do a clicker, and a gate closes. Then the system takes your car and moves it all around. So it doesn't move it just up and down, it can move it sideways in the 3 levels. I don't know exactly how, but.
We went to, I saw it, I went to go see
Yeah.
it.
It's
and
an automatic
welcome to the
system, and
system.
not every
Yeah.
space is used for access, so
You
you're not
don't
entering.
turn into all of
understand.
those spaces, but I can see why you would think that, looking at that diagram.
So my second question is, I think it's noted in your information that 5 cars can queue without creating any traffic issues. Are you comfortable that 5 cars is a reasonable expectation for the maximum that you'd be queuing at any one time?
Yes, generally from a traffic, for the number of spaces we're talking about here,
Yeah.
I believe it's 38 or 30, I forget the exact, 38 spaces. Stacking for up to 5 vehicles is more than adequate. And we're talking about 26 residential units.
Yeah.
And that's, even over the course of an hour, you would have residents that have cars, and if, a lot of them are leaving, some are working from home, and
Yeah.
they're not all leaving at the same time. Stacking for 5 vehicles is a reasonable stacking length to accommodate the 38 spaces.
Okay. Okay.
And I think another statistic that I recall was examined at some point was how long it takes someone to get out of the car, walk out and press the button, and so then move out of the way so that another car can pull in. So there's a certain number of seconds required to do that.
Yeah.
There are 2 spaces, so 2 cars can simultaneously be going into their spaces, and then there's also space for some lining up. So that's a little different than what we were just talking about,
Sure.
which is
Yeah.
whether it in general is enough for this number of residents parking in this parking garage. But I think it's also relevant to understanding how this should work and not cause obstruction in the street, which is what you were going to be
That's it.
worried about.
That's
And
it.
there are-
And if from your experience as an engineer, you're satisfied that 5 cars is what we could reasonably expect to be queuing at one time, and the system can handle that. That's
System can
that's the
handle
reason I wanted to know.
Yeah, and it's again designed by the vendor. Like a lot of the stats that you see in the traffic study are based on information provided by the vendor, like how long does it take for a car to pull in and out of these spaces. Yeah, but I do strongly encourage, if you haven't seen the system, to actually see it in operation. The very first time I saw it, it's pretty amazing. Like, you'd think that a car wouldn't be able to get into some of these spaces, but they do, and it works. So, but again, the design accommodates the stacking needs that we expect for this project.
Sure. Is the vendor Park Plus? Is that, do you know who the vendor is? No.
It's not, there are a number of companies that
Sure, okay.
build these systems. We're not now talking to Park Plus, we're talking to Harding Steel.
Okay.
And we'll keep you posted
That's
as
fine.
to
Yeah.
that.
Okay.
But that is the current name that we're
Thank you.
talking to.
Are there any Harding Steel units locally that, in buildings that you could name that we could just call and find out the experience of those properties?
Yeah, I'll get some address.
That would be great if you could get those to Tim, so examples of buildings that contain them. That'd be great, really helpful.
That's all I had.
And-
Thank you.
Okay. Did you have questions?
I do.
Go.
The ITE standards that you referenced, have those been reconsidered related to COVID and what seems like it's going to be a permanent sort of change in people's work habits, or the hours or days at which they are leaving their homes to go to work?
Yeah, so the IT data has not caught up to those. In
Okay.
fact, the mass DOT standards haven't caught up to the COVID realities yet. Because, I mean, the expectation is that it'll take several years for things to stabilize and to actually know if everybody's going to go back to work like they did before, or if you're going to have a big percentage of work from home or hybrid mode where 20 to 30% of people may never go back to work, and they may be working from home or go for a couple of hours during the week, and those types of realities haven't been established yet. So I would say that these are, for analysis purposes, pre-COVID estimates based on ITE decades of data that's been accumulated within the ITE system. So
Okay.
if anything, you may expect some of these numbers to be conservatively higher than what you may see, for the next several years.
And do those numbers consider whether there's access, in this case, to public transit? Or do they assume that everybody's going to work by the car?
So the way that variable is handled in this data set is based on urban or suburban sites and whether you're close to transit or not close to transit. So we've used general suburban land use codes, which has relatively low transit usage in the assumption. So if the site itself, through the measures, the travel demand management measures, has higher transit usage, for example, for some reason for this site, the actual numbers would be lower than what you see in this.
And is ITE starting to consider whether people are, if they have opportunity to take a bus or to ride a bike or to walk to work, is there like a factor that you would multiply or consider? Because there's efforts underway to get less car usage for carbon emissions and traffic congestion, all sorts of things. But I'm just wondering if the traffic studies are catching up to some of these initiatives.
They do in some instances, like, the way that's handled again, in suburban uses, if you don't have predetermined, like City of Boston has they have different zones, and they'll say, okay, if you're in this zone, auto mode share is 0.65. So for every 100 cars that ITE says a site should generate, that zone would only generate 65 cars because the other 35 people using those cars are using other modes of transportation. But for sites or locations, communities where you don't have that resolution of data, we use census information to see, like we look at census blocks, census tracts that actually gives you estimates of what public transportation people are using, how many people are walking to work or bicycling to work. And you can apply those factors. We did not apply it in this instance, but you could theoretically apply those types of multipliers to bring the numbers down.
So
Say,
this, on a similar question is, so if this had a car share like a zip car, so let's say 3 of the spaces were zip car, how might that impact what you're projecting? I just throw out 3. It could be whatever number would make any difference.
a car share, I would say again, it would replace 3 personal automobiles, right?
Okay.
If the 3 residents, instead of owning their cars, may use the car share to go to work or shopping or weekend trips. So I would say it's a 1-to-1, probably close to 1-to-1 for residential uses. But if you're looking at office uses where, somebody's going to the office in the morning or you're going to an office for a meeting in the middle of the day, car share would actually end up reducing the number of vehicle trips that you could have because you're not parking those vehicles for the whole day. But for a residential use, I would say that you would need the parking supply and the demand, and the vehicle trips are probably going to be a 1-to-1 replacement.
Okay. And one last question then. This idea here for the loading at the curbside, a lot of developments don't consider the Amazon drop-offs and the Ubers and the Uber Eats and all sorts of deliveries that we all have today. So I'm curious how you factor that into the professional work that you do. What is an appropriate accommodation for that? Is curbside, because we've had some questions about whether curbside works for that, and it seems to me a lot of places curbside is better than having them block the street, for example, which tends to be what happens, right?
Especially
so if
in
you
East
could just
Milton.
talk about
Yeah.
that a little bit, just so
Yeah.
for people who are watching.
Right, the design, providing curbside spaces for that type of a use is actually the best way to handle congestion, right? So you're not, as you said, your Uber Eats vehicle is not double parked on the street as the driver runs in to drop off, a delivery or anything like that. Here we actually, at least based on the design, subject to review and approval by the town, of course, there are 3 spaces. So at any point in time, you could have 3 of those types of uses, whether it's a Uber drop-off, like a food delivery, or any of those types of uses. 3 of those can happen at the same time. And again, given the type of use we're looking at, whether it's the 1,500 square feet of retail or even larger, those 3 spaces should be adequate. And then the reason why we call those out at the back end of the on-street parking is that for moving trucks, for example, if somebody's moving in or moving out, all 3 spaces could be available so that, the moving truck can use more than one, or will need more than one parking stall without blocking the street. So they're able to just pull in and pull out of those last 3 spaces. And the parking management plan that Marion referred to actually calls out some additional checks and balances where those are all pre-planned or timed, so it's not a random move in, move out. It's the use of that space would need to be programmed so that it happens, for example, outside of the peak times.
Well, and since these are condominiums, I don't think it would be a situation like you see Labor Day weekend in Boston when everything's turning over. And then I have one comment, it's not really a question for you, but in the prior application last year, and I know this is a separate application, but there was a voluntary contribution to the traffic mitigation fund. And I would think.
If anybody ever noticed that, because no one ever mentioned it.
Oh, no. Because, this was one of the things is that there was interest by some of us to want to expand the number of projects and districts in which that would be mandatory and not voluntary. That hasn't been picked up again by the planning board. I hope it does get picked up at some point because it'd be nice to say that it's mandatory rather than asking for voluntary. But because this requires variances and other accommodation, I do think it appropriate. Oh, and one last thing.
So I'd like to see that in the application.
I would, yeah. Or it can be made a condition, but it's not. And one last thing is that I asked Tim recently about the traffic model that was developed, I think by Beta, in which data, like your analyses, could be plugged into that model, so that we have a model that stays current, and that as new projects come online or are considered, that that model can predict the cumulative effect. And if there's some suggested change in lane reduction, for example, or one-way, or things like that, that all of that,
Gets fed into it.
it can be better analyzed. And so that's in some ways what the contribution to this fund, I'm hoping could help, keep that model up to date in the location in which a project like this is proposed. So that's really more a comment for Tim, but it also kind of gives an idea of how these funds would be used, because, one project wouldn't necessarily have a mitigation obligation, but when they get to be cumulative, the impacts are there, and then all of a sudden we don't have a fund to help with all of the combined projects, right? So that's why we developed that fund. So when it wouldn't be an individual, like you have to make an improvement down the street kind of thing.
So
But
you're explaining that you don't have this model set up yet, but.
no, it
this
is set up.
Oh, it is? Also, you even could
It exists, but it's operated by our traffic consultant.
pay to use, to put data into it and to update it would require.
Yeah, require funds, right.
Okay, thank you. That's helpful.
That's good.
Marion, I have one question related to the parking that may be you or it may be Vinod, but will the building create some type of electrical vehicle charger?
Yes,
And-
the
and-
original plan said that a number of the parking spaces would have chargers.
Yeah.
As you have to sort of, ultimately, they could all have electric vehicle chargers.
Yeah.
It kind of will have to be a judgment as to how many go in initially, and, what the demand seems to be and
Sure.
how much more popular. But it does seem to me that the vehicles are improving and more people are own them. So that it would seem to be something that would be highly desirable. It is part of the plan that there would be chargers at the spaces. I don't know how many at this point, because we don't have a final plan for that.
And I just looked at a quick video of Harding System. So can Harding System accommodate vehicle chargers? They can. Terrific.
I've seen other vendor systems accommodated. It's actually more conducive just because the hardware is already there, and
Sure.
you're just building the chargers into the framework.
Got
It requires a certain type of electrical system, and you certainly want a good type of charger,
Yep.
not one that
So,
takes 24 hours.
Understood.
Marion, I would advise your client to take a look at both the updated stretch code and the specialized opt-in stretch code. Both of those are new. The town has not yet opted into the specialized code, but we are a stretch code community, and the requirements there are being updated for both residential, commercial, and multifamily development. So there may be some new requirements in there regarding the percentage and the number of electric charging spaces in a parking lot. I don't have that information at the tip of my fingertips. I just know that it's out there. So just kind of make sure you're kind of keeping a close eye on those new requirements and when they take effect.
We will do that, and we are looking at these requirements in general. Everybody is concerned about it, frankly, because this is a very highly energy efficient project compared to any that I've seen in Milton. I mean, there will be solar panels on the roof. It's an all-electric building, and it will be extremely highly insulated, sound insulation as well as energy efficient insulation. And it's going to be interesting to see how, with all of that extra energy efficiency, how this all stacks up against these new standards. Because, I mean, it does strike me as a very daunting task for development.
It'll stack up against
Yeah, I
them
think better
from my review of the codes. I'd say that your architect should take a look at whether you want to fall in under the residential stretch code or the commercial stretch code, which the update's not going into effect until July. But there are differences, and the height of your building allows you to go either way.
Okay, thank you.
But come July, well, anyway, you have to look at what the differences are.
Yeah, great. Well,
And
great.
what's, I'm
Yeah,
sorry,
sorry.
what's,
No.
what, just for the applicant, what's the trigger? Apply for your building permit before July to take advantage of that?
Well, just like if they're looking at the current one, they
Yeah.
should be aware that by the time they apply, it seems to me by the time they apply, it's going to be after July. So they want to be looking at the commercial one that's coming in versus the commercial one that's in place.
Yeah.
I guess is my point. It's
Yep.
like you don't, if you're committing to something,
What
You want to
defines
understand what it
commercial
is.
versus
well,
residential?
that's just the confusing part,
Okay.
Marion.
I'm not, I shouldn't ask you that. I'll find out.
Because you have some, they have some options, but
Marion, how long would you like the meeting to go tonight?
As long as you'd like.
I mean, I've always assumed that multifamily was commercial, but I've been told that you have, because I'm looking at this for projects my office is doing and trying to understand all these triggers and engaging with some experts who say, well, there's this exception, so you could possibly fall there. So you just really need to have them take a look carefully at it. But it's all coming in terms of the all-electric is where the state wants to go, so that you would be at the furthest level with that. And with the installation that you're going to, I would say look at Passive House, and you might get to that specialized stretch code with what you're already planning to do just for acoustics. And then, there's some value to that in terms of what your residents are going to be paying for their utility bills. I mean, there's really should be a significantly low number there that, it's a factor for, but it's, on the broader side, on the public side, having an all-electric building and having electric vehicle charging and having a highly insulated building is all really beneficial overall to all of us, not just the residents.
Okay, thank you. That's very interesting, helpful information. We'll all go back and
Right.
study.
And I think Sean just has a couple of questions.
I
to
just
add.
have, I was not
And
in
then
the
we'll
last
close 'cause we
meeting,
didn't-
I apologize, but one of the questions I have, as I looked at our rendering, if the two spaces that previously were commercial spaces that are now considered to be residential spaces, I don't imagine that this is what we would have, which is storefront.
I spoke about that,
You
yeah.
did? Okay.
So this is the dilemma that, well, it's not a dilemma. We've been working on, I haven't, but the architects are working on what the design would look like on the ground floor if you had two residential and one commercial here and the entrance in the center. Because it's not going to look like that rendering on the first floor, which is all large glass
Right,
windows.
right.
And they have some very interesting ideas, I have to say, but they're just in the design stage. So we had hoped to bring that back to you at the next meeting. Then we discussed at the previous meeting that some members of the planning board would like to have us go back to having that much commercial on the first floor. And we did first file this application with an entirely, commercial first
Yeah.
floor. And, tried to vigorously argue before the planning board, which doesn't make the decision really, that, well, the commercial will be low-impact commercial, no restaurants, no eating places, that these will be walk-to, service types of commercial uses that people in the building will use, people in the neighborhood will use, and people who park elsewhere in the square will walk to if they want to use them. So although we didn't take that into account when we did parking demand calculations, we did say that's a mitigating factor, that these are not necessarily going to be commercial spaces that will require off-street parking for everybody, because these aren't necessarily, we're trying to design these commercial uses as uses that will appeal to the local community, basically, and not require that everybody drive from some other place to get to them. Well, that sounds good, but, then you have to come up with ideas for it, and the concept is there, but we don't have examples necessarily. The problem is that it does not meet the town's zoning bylaw. It doesn't come close. I mean, if we provide 4,100 square feet of commercial space, then we should have 16 off-street parking spaces, and we have 6. And, we just talked a little bit about the property next door. It's owned by a holding company in Texas, but leased by Citizens Bank. Citizens Bank was the original owner, sold it to the holding company. I don't know what the relationships are. Would there be some possibility of, everyone in East Milton Square is probably trying to lease parking spaces because that is an empty parking lot most of the time. So would there be some possibility of that providing, some flexibility? We don't know, but I will tell you that you have to understand that this developer liked the idea of the first floor commercial. It was going to open up and enliven the ground floor and was going to contribute something to the business district. And the big obstacle was the parking. And we had a considerable amount of discussion. Residents are very concerned that, they don't want, they're already getting commercial parking because they're right next to a business district. And it's a short street, Mechanic Street, can't really take a lot more cars. So it's a big concern. So we finally, when we came back after the first meeting of the Board of Appeals, and now back to you, we said, well, we think we maybe should change this proposal because we know we can't meet the zoning requirement. And this project requires a use variance for mixed use. And we've had good, I'd say positive response in the concept of mixed use. Of all the complaints that we've heard and concerns about the project, the concept of mixed use has not really been a topic that upsets, that everyone thinks it's worth trying to do. The issue is parking, so I know we're going to be talking more about parking, and that's the dilemma.
The issue is it's no longer mixed use. It's now becoming a residential building.
It's less mixed use now than it was, but we still have reduced the number of
There are
residents.
1,500 square feet of commercial space in a town that is dying. It is a shortage that we have of commercial space. And
I think-
to take one of our opportunities, our greatest opportunity right now, and enhance Class A commercial space to eliminate that, I look at other projects, when Eliot's going to come before us, they are completely built out. They're looking for alternatives. They've actually found an opportunity, from what I understand, at Milton Hill House to provide parking for their residents. I encourage you have Citizens Bank next door. I know they do not own that property, but I would really look at other opportunities, because to take this and to really not, to eliminate 2 out of the 3 commercial spaces, I consider this to not even be barely mixed use at this point. And you've created in trying to create a solution, have created a problem that is eliminated.
Well, that's what happens,
And I'll tell you, we're going to go on and we're going to talk about overlay zoning. And one of the things that one of the applicants said is they want to create overlay zoning that doesn't allow commercial to become to be completely residential, because that is a very easy thing to do, and because of the parking issues. So I want you to, I would hope that to see you continue to work on this, continue to work on design, something that really fits into the community and really represents Milton and does not have the features that is, of a downtown, of a seaport, of a ink block look to the town, and really try to work and create a cohesive East Milton. And we'll be talking about that next, but really encouraging.
Can I make a comment or suggestion about parking for what they come back to next time, or with next time?
Yeah, absolutely.
So there's a East Milton Square and Milton Village, and as we all know, the current parking requirements in our zoning code impede any redevelopment because you can't meet the requirements. The lots are too small. We talked about that a lot in Milton Village. And you wouldn't be able to build anything of what's built today under our current zoning. So we have to recognize that. And then we have to not just put on the applicant, in my view, go find parking somewhere else, because that's what's happened with the restaurants. They've just had to go scurry and find parking, and then, whether those leases can be maintained over time. We have to recognize, I think, that East Milton Square's been working every time I go, I can find a parking spot to go to a retail place that I'm looking to go to. But maybe other people can't. But this amount of, which, and I agree with you about all commercial, but I think we have to give them guidance on whether we would support not supplying 16 parking spaces. Because I think that that's just a death knell for the first floor commercial. And then what that means is you're not going to be able to do the residential. Do we really want to put a poison pill in, or do we want to help try and solve a problem?
And we would like to help solve the
Yeah.
problem. I know, you know.
So I guess what
Yes, so I
I want our
agree.
board to do is, not tonight necessarily, but
Right.
at least think about before the next meeting, whether we will give guidance to say that we will not, that we will support less than 16 parking spaces for the commercial for this. And then that we will acknowledge that they're adding some parking spaces by closing curb cuts. They're adding at least 3 parking spaces. So,
But that is
even-
town-owned,
I
that is also
understand,
town-owned, and
but
that, do we need to clarify?
Their
Yeah.
choice
Yep.
of removing curb cuts is providing the town with 3 more spaces. And we should
Correct.
acknowledge that.
Exactly, I completely agree, and we want to work with you on that, and that is something
I
that,
can tell you this much. The applicant did want to do fully commercial first floor to begin
know,
with. So
yeah.
it's still something that we're interested
Good.
in. If they did full commercial on the first floor, if somehow we could resolve, have a credible parking proposal that, you know, is satisfactory to all parties who have to
Right.
approve this, we would then be reducing the residential units by 2. So we would now have 24, because we have 2 residential units on the first floor right now. There would be 24 residential units. And there would be more commercial space. That changes, of course, the pro forma for the project, because these spaces will continue to be managed, probably
Right.
by the original owner, I
Right.
don't even know, but whereas the condominium portion of the building would be managed independently as
Right.
its own condominium. It doesn't change the parking really, because it actually increases the ratio of residential parking per unit. It's something that we have discussed, and it sounds as if the applicant is willing to consider that. So we're getting smaller and
Right.
smaller in terms of the number of residential units. But we do have the parking problem as a major issue, and so we
Yeah.
could use some help brainstorming that. We've talked about it, we talked about it a lot last year. I know we had a lot of meetings, but we also had a lot of interesting discussion from residents, in particular, you know, trying to figure out how to do this, and everybody would like to see the whole area being planned as one, you know, and it's
Yeah.
not happening. But at least I think this plan and the design should contribute to good planning for the rest of the square. And I
Absolutely.
think that's what you're talking about.
Yeah.
So we're gonna try to work on it.
Thank you. That's
We'll
great.
come back with some design ideas. So just to go back to your first question, what's the first floor going to look like if it isn't all commercial? There will be a plan given to you that will show you what it would look like from the outside generally. And then what we already have really given you a plan for what it's gonna look like if
Yeah.
it's all commercial. So it doesn't design work, that doesn't require more work on design, it requires more work on how to approach the problem of convincing everyone that parking will be adequate. Is there some other way? Can we supplement what we're proposing right now? I don't know, we're working on it.
I have one more
We'll try to make some good progress and come back. I don't want to linger
Thank you,
forever
yeah.
on this issue.
I think Beta, you can check with Tim, I think Beta did a parking utilization study in East Milton Square. I think Tim did one too. So that would help with how open and how much these parking spaces turn over that are curbside. So in other words, we have businesses on the first floor all through East Milton that don't have their own parking lots. How's it working now? How much will this change that? It's not a large commercial space. So
Exactly.
why would we impose a strict adherence to a zoning requirement that we know doesn't work?
Yeah. Marion, I'll say I'd rather solve the parking dilemma so that it can be commercial space than see an elevation that represents the building with 2 residential units. I think it's a better project if that ground level is activated with commercial space. So that's my opinion.
Well, that's pretty strong guidance coming from the planning board as to the importance of working on this. So we're certainly going to, and I think we did hear that a little bit last time. So
Did Rich
Thank
have
you.
anything?
Rich, did you
No,
His hand up, sorry.
You've asked the questions that I've been thinking, so no, I'm good for now.
It's hard to see that.
I know, if there's any hands up.
Do you hear me?
Yes,
Yes,
Yeah.
thank you,
Oh.
Rich, that's great.
Yep, thanks.
All right, well, thank you very much.
So would you like a motion?
And we'll make a motion, and we do have a big public hearing on the 16th. So does the 23rd to move to the 23rd of March work for you?
Yes, although I think in that case, we're concerned, as everyone is who's trying to do a permit process right now, because we have an election date coming up. I don't know if there's likely to be any changes on the planning board. I hope not. It's difficult,
Right, I know.
but it's great to get new members, but it's
But we
hard
wanna make sure we
in the middle of a
continuity.
project because
Sure.
it changes the vote.
But that gives
I will
opportunity.
probably postpone or continue the Board of Appeals hearing on the 15th or the 14th. And the reason for that is that the Board of Appeals needs to have a pretty good handle on, how the planning board is evaluating the site plan criteria and whether we're meeting them or not. I'm not asking you to make decisions for the Board of Appeals. Their zoning decisions have different basis and different criteria, but they seem to really want to work in parallel with you, and that means if they have a meeting and we haven't come back and talked about design, which is another issue for you, and come back and talked about this parking issue in the commercial space, then they're going to have difficulty, really deciding anything. I think that, so I'm just suggesting I may ask for continuance. They
Okay,
don't have that same problem because they're all volunteers, so they continue. But from your perspective, I want to make sure that we can try to fit in enough hearings to reach a conclusion on site plan approval, whether we've met the standards, whether you're satisfied with this application before the election date. Unless it looks like we know that there won't be any new members, and there's no problem.
I think that's going to be hard to know, at least for a couple of weeks, to see
It is, I
how
understand
all the
that.
papers that are in. But
wanna be
I think
earlier.
we owe it, to the applicants, if necessary, to schedule another meeting in between the regularly scheduled meetings. If we've done that in the past, so I just think that, folks should think about that.
I actually disagree. I think your team needs to do a lot of work before you come back, and I think that was a clear message from the ZBA. And we will, certainly, we can work with Tim and give comments to you, but.
So I had asked at the last meeting for legal counsel's opinion about site plan approval and architectural redesign based on style or personal preference when we don't have design guidelines. Because I'd like for us to make sure that we're on sound legal ground when we make a decision. And if that's what it comes down to, that a decision's made to deny something potentially because the architectural style is not what some people like on the board. I'm concerned that we don't have a legal foundation for that. And so I really don't want to put us in a position or the town in a position of being challenged on something because we're not on sound footing. So that's why I asked last time, and I'd like to ask again to get legal, town council's opinion on that.
And again, the comments have a lot to do with the massing, the size of the building, the scale, which is in line with the site plan and
The one thing I'll say is that you mentioned last year how many meetings we had, and a draft decision was worked on, and that draft decision was sent to the Zoning Board of Appeal along with a letter. And this current project is the same number of units that was noted in that decision, and this is the same number of parking spaces that was noted in that decision. So the scale of and also having the building come down a floor was noted. So this application has done most of the things that were asked of it, not the architectural design, but the scale components of it, which is the number of units, the number of floors, and the number of parking spaces. So again, if
Progress
one
is
looked
being
at that,
made.
if
Progress
one
is
looked
being
at
made.
that in terms of being on sound footing, I think I'd just like a town council opinion on it.
Well, I think we're still working out a lot of things. So I appreciate your coming tonight.
We'd like you to all like the project.
I would
But I
like
know
to say,
that's-
let's move, let's see what your team, the progress that can be made. And I think moving it to the 23rd would be the soonest that we could make that meeting, because we'll have the 16th sort of fully booked with.
Well, we'll make good use of the time.
right.
As I mentioned to you, I might
Yeah.
be saying to the Board of Appeals, we'll need to wait until after this meeting. And if we can send information through Tim that goes to the members, you can't deliberate in between meetings, but you can send back a comment that it's still missing what I was looking for, or, something to that effect. That will be very helpful, because then we'll have more complete information for that meeting on the 23rd.
We talked about meeting on the 16th and the 30th.
The 30th, I'm sorry, Tim, it would be the 30th. Thank you for that correction. Our meeting was the 23rd, and we had to move it to the 30th.
Okay. You don't want to meet on the 16th, you have a big hearing.
Yeah, it's the memory care
Oh.
project. It's going to be.
Oh, yes, I heard that discussion, yeah. That would be
Yeah,
a good one.
so
Well,
I'd rather,
so,
the 30th we'll go. And we don't want to delay you. We don't want to delay your project, but we want to see the best outcome for.
well, I mean, we want to accomplish something that's positive.
Yeah.
I really want to, I think it's an opportunity. We know the property is for sale. Something's probably going to happen here.
Yeah.
So that's why this is happening. That's why
Right.
we're coming to you with a project
Right.
that requires variances. We know you're working on zoning, it's going to take a while, and we hope that by working through this process, we can also contribute to that. And I think that there've been some changes made, I think, on reflection. And in my opinion, the project is less daunting to look at, less startling, less new than before. And if you talk about exterior design and make some changes that may soften that and help with the problems that
right.
you've identified, that's going to help as well.
Go along
The
with
problem, the main difficulty I have now is trying to deal with this parking issue for the commercial. So I think we'll focus in on that, and we'll see what we can come up with. And if we have some information we can give you beforehand, we're going to send it along to you and try to, make sure that we're making progress in terms of what we're
That's
coming
great.
up with. So, thank you very much.
Can I ask
Yeah.
a question now, just so when Marion returns, she can have the answer? With respect to the brick on the exterior, the package does show some precedent details. I'd like to understand where they're going to be applied and which of the details that we're given are going to be applied. I recognize this is a photo using the same brick material. I think it's a modular brick, right? Or is it a thin brick?
It's a Roman brick.
I'm sorry?
A Roman brick. So the Roman bricks are longer and not as high, so they give a more linear appearance, but they're the same depth.
Okay, that's
Yeah.
modular. To me, it's, yeah.
So you'd like more detail, and I understand that because I have trouble visualizing this too.
Well,
If there are different styles, where are
this-
they going and what,
Your elevations don't indicate where you're going to use some of the precedent details. All I'm asking is, if you do intend to apply some of the details that you've given in the package, where and how?
Yep.
It just gives us a better understanding of the architectural appearance of the building.
I asked for some further detail and color, et cetera, on the side that faces the abutter and the Citizens Bank parking lot right
Okay,
now.
okay.
Because we don't have that, and also just how some of that detail applies at the mechanics right here. Because that first floor is a big blank wall all the way around the parking, and understanding what that's going to look like. And then I asked for a landscape plan, Sean, so that if the landscape's going to provide a buffer against that blank wall for the parking, at least we ought to know what those plant materials are and be comfortable that they're going to thrive in a very narrow kind of plant bed location.
Sure.
Otherwise, the architecture itself doesn't have to be so blank. I mean, you can have windows into parking spaces, into parking areas and so forth. So that's why we asked to see that as well, just so you know, Sean. I know you're trying to
All
move
right.
us along.
I know, we've got to
you.
move on. I'm sorry, but thank you so much, and thank you for coming this evening.
Thank you.
I would make a motion to continue the hearing for 440 Granite Avenue site plan approval to March 30th at 7:05.
I'll second.
Okay, roll call, all in favor? Sean?
Yes.
Cheryl?
Yes?
Rich?
Yes.
And myself, yes.
Thank you very
Great. Thank you very much.
much. Lovely evening.
You too, thank you. That's,
Thank you.
really
Yeah,
appreciate it.
thank you.
1200 is at 7:05. We didn't do a 30th. We did that was on the 16th, right?
Oh, sorry. That's on the 60th. Yeah. Two different dates. All right. And the representatives from One Eliot were not able to attend this evening, so we can move on to our old business, which is the RFP for consultant services for East Milton mixed-use zoning. It's the review of selection criteria of 4 respondents to the RFP: J.M. Goldson, MAPC, Util, and Weston Sampson. And we will now have a discussion. Tim, do you want to make some comments on this process? And then I can read through the criteria for the public.
Yeah.
Or unless you want to do that.
No. You can absolutely do that. Just to sort of situate folks who are watching at home with this process, the solicitation method that we used under Chapter 30B of the Mass General Laws, which is the public procurement laws, basically the planning board puts out an RFP that includes the scope of work that they're looking for consultants to work on, and then also sets up a series of selection criteria. There are kind of minimum qualifications that staff kind of work through in reviewing all the applications or all the responses, so that we were able to certify that everyone met the minimum criteria in terms of what they submitted and all the information is, very, very basic information that we asked of all the respondents. And then there are also what we call comparative selection criteria in the RFP that basically are questions or sort of characterizations that the board will sort of apply to each response, and then rate them, and the terms that are used in the procurement world are highly advantageous, and I believe not advantageous, are sort of the 3 sort of classifications. So, highly advantageous means it's the best, it meets everything that you wanted, or it exceeds everything you wanted. Advantageous generally means it's acceptable, good, totally fine, and then not advantageous means not advantageous. So the reason that we put these comparative selection criteria in the request for proposals is that gives the board the ability to base their selection of a respondent on non-price considerations. Everyone's kind of familiar with the idea of public procurement and sort of like, you got to take the low bid, and there are reasons why we have that sort of concept of, you want to get the best bang for your public dollar. So, in a straight bidding process, the low bid, there's no choice there. You just got to take it. Under this procurement method, the board is allowed to look at these other selection criteria, make a sort of a preliminary selection based on those criteria. Who's the most highly advantageous, respondent, based on the responses we got, and then take the price into consideration. Just again, for everyone watching at home, Josh and I, as staff who are not members of the selection committee, which is the planning board, have seen the price proposals. We will eventually, it's like a game show, we'll eventually reveal the price proposals, after this discussion. And then that becomes a factor that the board can use to kind of weigh, we made a selection based on these other criteria. Does our selection change based on the price? One thing that I'll say is, if based on the selection criteria, one firm rises to the top and then they also happen to be the low bidder, then great, we've got our selection. That doesn't always work. Sometimes the selection that's based on the criteria winds up being the high bidder, or maybe a bidder kind of in the middle. And at that point, the board will need to make a decision as to whether, is the service that we anticipate this firm to provide worth the premium in terms of paying a higher price, which you are allowed to make that decision, but you've got to kind of explain your rationale for that. So it's a little bit of a kind of a 2-step, a little bit more complicated process, but I think especially when it comes to, if we were kind of, procuring, paper towels, low bid is probably fine, but something where it's a really sort of hands-on, bespoke service that we're looking for a consultant to take on, you really do want to have those comparative selection criteria to really give you something to weigh the pluses and minuses of each of these firms. So one thing that the board is asked to do is for each firm is to go through all of the criteria, and each individual board member kind of makes their own ranking of, you know, highly advantageous, advantageous, not advantageous for each criteria for all 4 firms, and then come to, again, on an individual board member basis, come to your own conclusion. I think this firm is the one that that we should go with. And then, you know, at the end of the conversation, everyone has their choice, and if all the board members have the same choice, then great. And if all the board members don't have the same choice, then we have a discussion about, you know, how do we kind of make a decision here. But, you know, we're going to want to try to come to as close to a consensus as we can, and then kind of look at the price, and then the price considerations may kind of shake something loose if there's a disagreement. So so that's that. And Meredith, you said that you would kind of walk through the criteria. You know, I made a spreadsheet for everybody. Hopefully everyone has populated that spreadsheet with your rationale. The other important thing is, you know, we've got to make sure that every member is kind of writing down their explanation for their ranking. It doesn't have to be, you know, a master's thesis on this stuff, but you do need to sort of have, you know, a written reason why you decided to rank X firm as highly advantageous in one category, but not advantageous in another. So that's a little lesson in procurement, and I think we're ready to actually get into the meat of this thing. So thank you for that.
Great, thank you. And this was really wonderful to read through these, and I think there's 4 very talented firms that responded. So I feel like we're fortunate to have some choices here. Just for the public to know what the criteria that we're looking at. Criterion A is staffing plan and methodology, including the professional qualifications of all project personnel, with particular attention to training, educational background, and professional experience. Demonstrated expertise and experience of the principal in charge, project manager, and other key personnel, and any consultants to be assigned to the project, including professional registration of the consultants and their qualifications. B, depth of experience with similar projects and prior experience with public contracts and relevant codes, laws, regulations, economic impact analysis in the urban setting, design, and architecture. C, ability and knowledge to serve as a resource to the town as evidenced by direct involvement in 1, project utilization, innovative zoning techniques, 2, projects involving public-private ventures, and innovative economic development practices. 3, projects utilizing mixed-use smart growth, revitalization strategies. 4, ability to create and use dynamic architecture renditions of urban development projects suitable for deployment in mixed-use media, including websites. And 5, ability to use cost-benefit analytic techniques and other economic impact assessment tools appropriate and valid to provide outcome models suitable for the urban setting, as well as available to aid public understanding of options. D, strength and credibility of client references, prior client satisfaction with working relationships, project management capabilities, and technical expertise in developing similar projects. E, desirability of approach to the approach to the project, as well as demonstrated understanding of all project components and public outreach needs. Milton places a premium on the applicant's approach to the project and the ability to present a program of services which complies with the required project scope in a manner which is clear, concise, and complete with respect to required activities, and creative with respect to including unique or fresh methods of gathering input and presenting concepts. F, demonstrated ability to meet project budget and project schedule. And lastly, G, familiarity with the town of Milton and similar communities. So with that, we can go through and I don't know if Josh, if you want to keep sort of a, through each of the different, I thought we would go through each different response to the RFP, the applicants, and we can sort of go through our pros, cons, advantageous, mostly advantageous or less advantageous, and just go through as a group and discuss each one. Does that sound good, Rich? And everybody here?
Yep.
Okay.
So you're planning to go through it by criterion?
No, I thought originally, I'm actually going to go through by our,
By each one?
by each one.
All right.
I think it will be a little more efficient to
Can
do
we
that.
do just kind of like an initial straw poll, almost like I would say, like, how many do you have at highly advantageous, how many at advantageous, how many at not advantageous, and how many at unacceptable?
Well, I think if we go through, I think we may have more consensus than we,
Okay.
Can I
So-
ask a question
Yeah.
before we go on taking a step back? What's the goal of our discussion tonight with respect to these 4 proposals?
so tonight,
We don't have Maggie
We
here
don't.
with us.
Yeah.
So I want to.
we can't take a final vote on anything until we have to have the financial piece to it. So our goal is to narrow down as best we can. We may find we all agree, we have one most advantageous, other, a ranking of 1 to, a certain ranking. It may be 2 that we narrow it down to and we want a further discussion, especially since Maggie's not here, I would welcome her inputs.
That's why I was wondering if we did have, rather than spend equal amount of time on 4, if we said that there was some, if we all had somebody as a not advantageous, is it really worth, do we have to talk it through? Like, I've got
Yeah.
detailed comments for why I have people a certain way.
Yeah.
So Tim, can you advise on that in terms of process?
Yeah.
I think just to give everything an even, playing field, I think it would make sense to go through, and it doesn't have to be a conversation. What I would, the way I would think about it is run through each criterion for each firm and just.
I got it, that's fine, we'll do it.
Everyone give their rank, and if there are like, you don't have to have a discussion about every criterion for every firm. If everyone agrees, we can move on. Where there is a disagreement, we can flag that and sort of have a discussion. But I think, going through each one for each firm, just so that, we can say that, we didn't,
Okay,
we didn't skip anything.
Right, that's what I was,
that's fine.
yeah.
We also have the price proposals for after that discussion, so you
Okay.
will have all that information, and your agenda is to vote on a recommendation to the select board,
Right.
If you wish to.
So you can.
Yeah,
tonight
I
if you
sort of
wanted
feel
to.
like there's a lot of people who are away this week. It's school vacation week. I just would like to allow for the public to be able to, if they have comments based on what they hear
But is
tonight.
that, can we really consider that because they won't have received, again,
Yeah.
process question-wise?
Process question, yeah.
Because they don't have access, it's a very strict process.
Right.
And they're
They
only
still
going
have
to hear
comments,
what
yeah.
we say, and that, what we say, could be interpreted different ways. I mean, Tim, again, process-wise, I mean, I guess
Yeah.
I'm concerned about opening that up to public comment.
I mean, I think the RFP is very clear on what the board is meant to take into account in its decision-making. From a meeting conduct perspective, I suppose if you want to take comment, but that becomes a thing where it's like, can you guarantee that then that won't factor into your decision-making? What goes into your decision is what's between the pages of the proposals, the price proposals, the references that Josh and I have been able to kind of scare up, and then if you all decide to bring firms in for interviews, those become selection criteria. Those are the only things that are identified in the RFP as kind of factoring into the decision of the selection committee.
Thank you. Yeah, and our goal is to certainly to narrow it down. I mean, this evening, I just didn't know if we want to wait on price proposals. I would rather have Maggie here too when we're making the final decision. It certainly, after we narrow it down, we could reveal the pricing, but make a final, maybe we, at our next meeting, make a final decision.
When can we do the final pricing, Tim?
So what I would say, if Maggie's going to be included in this, then the way that you should do it is go through each of the firms, each of the criteria for each of the firms, and you may want to leave it at that, because Maggie's votes are going to have to be added up to that, before you come to a consensus decision. You're only allowed to take the price into consideration once you've kind of finished your deliberations, for lack of a better term, on the non-price considerations. So if you're going to wait for Maggie to be a part of the conversation, then do the bulk of that work on each criteria for each firm, and then table this until the next meeting, where she can kind of add her votes to that tally, and then the board can come to hopefully a consensus, and then we can talk about the price proposals.
If we arrive at a 4,
Yeah, we may.
if 4 of us agree,
Yeah.
then one additional isn't going to.
Yeah, I hear. So we might want to
Yeah,
wait
let's
until we
just
get
wait
to
to decide, I think.
Yeah,
Okay.
until we don't have to
Yeah,
decide that right now.
the other thing to make sure that we consider is that, so these came in on February 2nd. These bids are good for 60 days. So 60 days from February 2nd is April something or other. I think we can definitely kind of keeping in mind that once the board makes its decision, the select board is then sort of has to take a vote to sign the contract. Let's just keep those dates in mind. We may need to request just an extension to kind of keep the bids fresh, just to keep everything sort of above board. People tend to extend these things if the board just needs another week or two. But I know we've got a lot of stuff on the agenda and people are in and out. I don't think it should be a problem, but let's just keep it in mind.
Thanks, Tim. Okay. All right. So why don't we get started? I have. Let's start with Weston Sampson. I thought that might be one that we might have a clear consensus, or it might be easier, I guess. And I open it up to anyone who wants to start on theirs.
I'll provide a few comments. Probably the biggest firm in terms of depth of resources. They have so many people, but what strikes me is I just have a tendency to view them as being more engineering oriented. And even when you look at their leader, the leader that they proposed, Blake Martin, he although he's probably an executive of the firm and could drive accountability through the firm, but his expertise is significantly in groundwater systems, extraction and supply, rehabilitation of his municipal groundwater supplies. I mean, he's a different person than I would envision as the lead person for the firm that we would want for this type of an exercise. So,
I'm with you, Sean. Are you ready for me to chime in too?
Sure,
Okay. The project manager, so not the project executive.
Right.
Has a lot of experience, but it's in Rhode Island and not in Massachusetts. And they didn't list a public engagement specialist, which some of the other firms did.
Yeah.
And given our interest in that aspect of this, I rated them as not advantageous on criterion A. Just didn't feel like they had the right staff. I mean, even though, as you said, they're a large firm, have so much capability in so many areas, but it doesn't seem as if it's quite the right fit for what we're looking for zoning and design guidelines. And it kind of ties into something else. I mean, I'm just going to put, I didn't see an expertise in writing zoning. So
Yeah.
I have that under under criterion B, but it really ties to the personnel too.
Yeah.
You know, because the personnel don't have experience writing zoning. So I don't know if other people want to, I have other things for B, but other people might want to chime in on criteria A.
A lot of these I found are connected
Yeah,
in what you're saying,
yeah.
and so that's why I thought it's easier to go by sort of
Yeah.
criteria A, B, C, sort of holistically. There are a lot that are connected
Yes, I
in the
agree.
criterion. So
So maybe if you and Rich have any other comments on the staffing, then we can move to the next.
I have similar comments. I mean, it's the same thing. I'm looking back over it from what I recall. I didn't see a lot of, whereas some of the other ones talk very specifically about very similar projects. I didn't see that here. So I agree with Sean's comments. So I rated it the same as you.
You know, somewhere in their staff, Rich, right, I think they actually define their team. They have 142 engineers, and they have 8 planners. You know, I mean,
I wrote down 4 planners, 7 architects, and 14 landscape architects.
okay.
Yeah, I'm very familiar. I'm familiar with,
Yeah.
from other
But
work.
they're just a very heavy
Right.
engineering-oriented organization. They're a great company, been around forever, so, but
Yeah,
I don't know
so,
that they're
I mean, their transportation planning experience, I thought, was actually a plus, but not necessarily the scope we were looking for. And then they didn't have any examples of zoning or design guidelines in the examples of work. So I thought really it's hard to gauge if they have relevant experience. So again, for depth of experience of similar projects, I put them as not advantageous.
Yeah, I agree.
And really, it relates the same thing to criterion C. I didn't even write separate comments, 'cause I felt like it was the same kind of comment again.
a lot of what you're thinking, a lot of what you're saying is the way I felt. This is an excellent firm. They have a great relationship with the town of Milton. They do excellent work. They've actually taken care of the pool and the filtration at Cunningham Park for years. They just have a stellar reputation for what they do. They're great with green infrastructure, but not necessarily zoning. I see them, again, Sean said, more of an engineering. Not much overlay zoning, especially for mixed-use projects. I see them, their work experience is mostly climate resiliency projects, stormwater, and traffic. And that's based on what they are saying, their experience. Hazard mitigation, again, if we were hiring them for that, they do a lot of comprehensive planning, so we're looking at East Milton is such a specific site. They do a more, I think more broad planning, master planning for communities. Mostly it seemed like Rhode Island, specifically, and project understanding. I have down, mentioned little about community involvement. And I think in my mind, this is something that I believe we and East Milton we really want somebody who really can work with the community and that we are not, that they are being heard and listened to and involved in this process. Because I don't think without the involvement of the residents in all of Milton, but especially East Milton, that this will not be successful without a collaborative work experience.
So you kind of lumped your comments
I did
through
sort
all?
of. I
Yeah.
did because it sort of had a running theme, and again.
Okay, so can I just add
yeah.
a couple to the criteria C? I just see where a note that I didn't mention. Where this about their being able to be a resource to the town, I saw a number of places where they referenced being able to do things, but it was always with this under separate additional engagement. I felt like there was like less creativity in how to think about what we need, and really not really showing any understanding of East Milton Square and sort of the challenges that it has. And so that's another one of my reasons for the not advantageous under being like a resource criterion C. I'm going to skip over the reference one for a moment and then go to E on the approach. The inventory of the existing conditions they mention is a desktop effort and not an on-the-ground effort. I just think that that's not going to be as successful as an on-the-ground effort. And I can't envision, I mean, being a design professional myself, how you design something where you never go to the site. How do you do design guidelines and zoning if you've never gone to the site? I mean, they're going to have meetings, but this sort of in public meetings, but this sort of, the very first step is not even getting out there and understanding the site. So that, and then there was very little mention of public engagement. There was this notation of a couple of public meetings, but not, so I gave them not advantageous for that. I mean, the reference was strong because they obviously can manage projects. Yeah. So I gave them a highly advantageous for the strength of the reference, but everything else I gave them not advantageous, except for they are familiar with Milton, so I gave them an advantageous for that. But my overall for them is not advantageous. That's why I was saying too, I think we are going to eliminate one.
Yeah, I feel the same way. I sincerely don't think that it really is worth a lot of conversation. It's just not a great firm, just not the right fit for the particular assignment that we have.
Yeah, that's the way I think.
Rich, do you want to add anything to that?
No, I agree. I mean, they had slightly, higher than not advantageous in a couple spots, but they're mostly things that aren't going to sway it back and raise it to anything higher overall. So no, I'm in probably the same camp as you all.
Okay.
It sounds like.
Okay. So we done
I
with
would
them?
agree, yeah.
So I think so far the composite rating, which I think we'll need to revisit once Maggie comes in, maybe she has different thoughts. But so far the composite rating for Weston and Sampson is not advantageous. We can backfill that, through the minutes or through a look back at the recording, but we'll want to have kind of an official version of this is why we rated not advantageous. And I think that's doable by backfilling, by looking at the tape.
So
one thing I just, sorry.
Sorry, when you're talking about wanting the backup, are you talking about, like, I filled in the spreadsheet, like, so you want a copy of the spreadsheet that I filled in? So
I'm going to want a copy of everyone's spreadsheet.
Okay.
Or if you did a Word doc or whatever, but I mean, just a little bit of a brief written explanation for each of your rationales. And then there'll be sort of a master rationale, for the board, for their choice. So that's something that, we'll fill in a final form once Maggie's considerations get added to it. But I just want to be deliberate about all that stuff.
Okay, thanks.
Good. That's great. So it doesn't matter what order we go in, so I don't know if...
Wherever you like to go.
Can I suggest Goldson?
Sure. That would...
This one was a little harder for me, but I still put most of them in one category on this one myself. But you want me to start?
Sure. That's...
Sean, okay?
Go for it.
All right, so on the criterion A, the Bob Mitchell, extraordinarily qualified for planning and zoning. Zabar, highly qualified for community engagement. And Smead was a Canton town planner for a number of years. But Dream is going to do the design guidelines for the most part. The staff there, it doesn't have experience with Dream, and their experience is not in Massachusetts, at least the lead person. So that made me put them in the advantageous column because I felt like some of the other applicants were stronger in the complete team. I felt like they didn't have an architect on the team, which I think is a huge disadvantage for design guidelines. design guidelines are architecture and landscape architecture. So planners and landscape architects qualified to deal with the site planning, but I don't think are as qualified to do the architectural design guidelines. So that's why I gave them an advantageous and not a highly advantageous.
Do you want to go, Sean, or
Go for it.
Rich? Okay. Rich, do you want to?
Yeah, no, I didn't see, I missed, obviously you have a better eye for the architect than I do, but I did see all the qualifications and I thought they were pretty significant. So I think it landed in the same category as you did, Carol. Advantageous.
So,
For the first one.
so I really like this firm. It's very different. It's unique compared to some of the others. I just out of the gate felt a sense of, I'm really trying to think of the needs of East Milton and how we approach this. And I'll just read from Jennifer Goldson, who's the lead on everything on her projects. East Milton, and this is a quote, East Milton is not just an opportunity area, it is an established commercial area with deep roots in the community, including a wealth of historic resources, surrounded by residential neighborhoods. Zoning for this area must balance various interests to ensure change is intentional and managed. I am influenced in all I do by my background in historic preservation and architecture. That is why it is critical in planning and zoning initiatives to strike an appropriate balance, and I love it, between change and preservation through sensitive design and leveraging private investment to maximize public benefits. The approach in seeing it through the lens of from a historic perspective, I feel, and I love throughout this, being sensitive to the neighborhood, and part of what they pride themselves is the community involvement and the way they look at different ways of reaching out to the community. I loved that they really seemed to look, they took the Barrett report and understood where it falls in the number of people who want transformative change, moderate change, or no change. I think that in the, I'm jumping to the scope, but
So you were talking about the project approach, not necessarily the staffing and the
the staffing.
qualification
I'm
of
sorry. So
staff.
I should go through. So I think that Jennifer Goldson is
She's highly qualified, no
is
doubt.
highly qualified. I know you were talking about the Dream group, and this is all done with experience, architectural experience, obviously zoning, but when you talked about the Dream, I like that it is the largest minority. What do they call themselves?
Meredith, while you're looking that up, just for what it's worth, I
Yeah.
agree with you. This is probably one of the, in my opinion, the best written approach, considering, neighborhood, considering growth, and, kind of, it seemed like a very good balance the way they wrote it.
Yeah.
So I'm not sure if you'd go this far as saying it, but I'll say I think they were one of the best at the way they wrote it, and said they wanted to approach it that way. So I agree.
And I think with you were talking about Dream, but Diana Marsh, just for example, Diana's urban design skills bridge the gap between the architecture and planning, and I think that's where some of the proposals fell apart because they were either so focused on the technical planning, but it says bridge the gap between the architecture and planning professions, helping knit individual buildings. And this is what jumped out at me because I think this is the issue with East Milton, helping knit individual buildings and sites into a cohesive built form that contributes to an attractive and inviting public realm. So it's taking what we have, which is, we all agree, where is our jumping off point from our historic perspective, and how do we create a cohesive guidelines?
But her education is in city and regional planning and civil engineering. So it's not in architecture. Although Rosa Herrera
yes.
studied architecture, but she's not an architect either. You know, I'm just focused
no,
on
this
the
is good.
qualifications of the staff right now.
Yeah.
I haven't delved in, haven't gone through the rest of this for you. But
So their
I
approach-
like, the firm is obviously a good firm. They do a ton of work, but the staff that they assign to this, I don't think is as strong as the firm itself. And that's, you know, and not as strong as some of the other team members. So if we're, you know, I tried to stick to each of these criteria along here, but obviously
Well, I think,
you have that.
yeah,
you
they're
have
very
that- yep.
qualified. I mean, obviously Jennifer was, she was the town planner for Brookline in Newton. I mean, that's not a small job. And she had, you know, her background is historic, you know, her original degree is historic preservation, but she's, you know, written, you know, a number of just the publications that some of the staff have written is really impressive. Laura drafted 68 zoning articles as the town planner. Tim? No, kidding. But that's 68 zoning articles. That was, you know, extensive experience. And I agree, the gentleman also that they would bring in Bob Mitchell, you know, 40 years of zoning experience. I do, you know, one of the things that we'll see and we'll talk about, you know, creative approaches is the form-based zoning language. I thought that was, you know, something I saw in others as well that I really liked. You know, they are the largest, I believe.
Should we hear about qualification? I mean,
Yes.
I think it's kind of helpful if we
background.
can try and stay to the criterion numbers and our
Yeah,
letters.
but I would not dismiss
Yeah.
them as not being, you know,
Yeah.
it's
So
dream collaborative.
you're saying
yeah.
that criterion for you is a highly advantageous.
I would. Dream Collaborative is Boston's leading minority-owned architectural firm. So I don't think that, I think it's highly
Per
advantageous.
their marketing materials, but yes.
That's, yeah, I know, I did. But yes,
yeah.
I would say highly advantageous to that.
Okay. So how about,
I actually like, I'm sorry, I
No,
interrupted
I'm,
you. I like the idea that the owner of the firm is the lead of the project. And I think that can be both positive and negative, because some firms might make that promise but might not be able to deliver, right? But the way that they write this, she is the lead, and she has a project manager that's going to work under her direction. I totally respect your thoughts on an architect and whether there's architectural talent within the group or not. But I would place heavy weight on the fact that the owner of the firm, you know, the firm carries her name. She's the one that's being committed to us to lead the project, and I value that.
one thing about that in the reference check was that the person that provided the reference did say that when she was not available, they felt it wasn't the same level
Yeah,
of service that they were getting.
yeah.
So it highly is tied to her. So that's another consideration depending upon how busy they are.
Right.
How would we know that? Like, how could we tell? Do we just assume that we're getting what they say, or, you know, I just don't know. Like, how do we decide that?
Well, we have to take them on their word, but I think we have to be aware that comment or that came through in a reference check. I mean, it's here, it's in our folder. I'll read what was said. I was paraphrasing, you know, from memory of having read it earlier. But I just did want to point that out, because a lot of what is compelling for folks is her. And I agree that she's highly qualified, but we have to look at the entire team and make that judgment for the entire team. Yeah.
Great. So
So, Rich, I'll just read this note because it's right here, what Cheryl mentioned. Were there any issues with the firm? J.M. Goldson, the response was J.M. Goldson was highly responsive to questions and concerns and an excellent presenter to boards, committees, and in public forums. Lisa noted that the firm is built around Jen Goldson and progress can be affected if she is out of the office or unavailable for any reason. In their experience, Jen's team, when she was unavailable, was not as excellent as when they were working with Jen directly. So,
Yeah.
Right. Okay. So next criteria, do we want to move on to depth of experience with similar projects and prior experience with public contracts, relevant codes, data? We covered?
Yeah,
really?
their examples for design guidelines were pretty scant, and they weren't district-wide. So again, I felt as if others provided more. They have this team has tons of zoning experience. I don't have any question about their zoning experience. I'm going to keep coming back to the design guideline experience, and the question that we just talked about in terms of that staffing. The other thing is, while they talked about community engagement, they mentioned some tools, but they didn't show us any examples of those tools. Like, I really would have liked to have seen, what's this Esri story map that they talk about and project websites that they talk about? Because when you're talking about giving examples of your work and you're mentioning these things, all right, so I respond to RFPs as an architect during my business, so when you're touting what your qualifications are, you should be giving you some more than just saying that you can do it. And so, like, what the examples are. So I was a little bit felt as if, well, it sounds interesting, but I don't really know enough.
Mm-hmm.
And there were no references for Dream as a firm. There was only a reference for Marsh with a New Jersey firm. So that comes back to, and look, I'm not, like, Dream is a qualified firm overall, but I'm looking at the team that is a big part of this work are these design guidelines, and they're really important, as you know.
Yeah.
So, and I just had a little bit of not giving me 100% confidence that we were getting the dream team on the design guideline side.
I liked that one of the things that I thought I did like about their are the communities that they worked in are, I felt like, the most similar. I felt like Brookline, Newton, there was some common, Douglas, Amherst, Arlington, Brookline, Concord, Easton, Grafton, Manchester by the Sea, Medway. These, I felt like they were Sudbury, Southborough, Westford, Williamstown. I felt like these were communities that were more like.
So down to number G.
Yeah, maybe I'm jumping because I thought type of projects. Well, it's
okay.
Type of projects, type of towns, communities. I felt that's really important, that we're working with somebody who's used to not only working in downtown, more cities. And I thought a lot of some others just referenced cities. And I just like that East Milton is definitely a smaller village area, and should be looked at that way.
Can I come back to one more thing on design guidelines?
Yeah.
I have another note here. One of the things about the other two firms that we're going to talk about that I really liked under the design guidelines is that they put a priority on doing an existing building stock and public realm analysis first, their first step. So they want to understand, this is one of the things I said was really disadvantage about Weston and Sampson, right? Is like they were going to do a desktop. But they don't mention that they're going to do it at all here in this proposal. They don't mention doing that existing conditions analysis whatsoever. So that was another concern for me under the design guidelines. So, and then I actually didn't see that there's, and you mentioned some things, so maybe I didn't, my comment here is not as fully thought out as I thought it was. But, you know, the district has many challenges, but not just, for like 440 Granite Ave site, for example. I mean, you have an off-ramp from the highway coming through. And so you have transitions to single-family neighborhoods, you know, so you have businesses that exist in residential districts under varying kinds of special permits. And I really didn't understand get the feeling that there was this understanding of the complexity of East Milton Square. But what you read maybe makes me think that maybe they do have a better sense of that. But I thought some others gave a little bit more attention, I guess, to what their observations of East Milton Square were. So anyway, that was my last comment on that.
I think that's where what she's saying, you know, in coming in is they're going to be highly sensitive and listening, and that their whole first approach, and through a historic preservation lens, they're going to want to see the historic buildings preserved or utilized, you know, and not necessarily leveled and just a new building put there. It's through a historic lens. So I think part of that would be an inventory, but I think being sensitive and listening to those nuances, what you're referring to is this area, you're coming off the highway. And I think that's where interacting with the community will feed that and give those nuanced things that maybe either not understood about the community, but that community input is key to this. I think it's really essential.
I do too, and I guess, you know, the way I look at understanding what we're looking for is what they supplied to us, right?
Yep.
And one of the things they supplied to us was a work plan that's really just very, it's detailed on the one hand, but it's very task-oriented. And I didn't find that there was this sort of thinking a little outside the box, a little bit more creatively that I found in a couple of the other proposals. So, I mean, I definitely saw advantages to this team, but I found that there were some drawbacks that kept me from putting them in the highly advantageous column.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Rich, did you want to add anything else?
No, I think you're, you know, Cheryl, I think you're bringing up good points. Yeah, no, I don't right now.
Just anything else?
Interesting to go through the rest and see where we are.
So I guess all right, so we can keep moving through. Is there anything that we're not including in our criterion? Innovative zoning, credibility, desired approach. I just think that we emphasized that we are putting a heavy weight on public outreach and the applicant's approach to the project. And I felt very confident that we could sit down and this group would work really beautifully with it, in my opinion.
Do you have any experience with them at all, working with them?
I don't. I just felt like my experience, well, and we'll go into it later, but with the Milton Village, I think we learned a lot about that. You were part of it, and
I'd say it was a big part of my life for 3 years.
it was.
So, yeah,
we'll talk about that later. I won't go in, but I felt like this was something that I feel like East Milton has had to be on the defense on so many things, on Falcone, you know, on 40B projects, on.
That's why we need a really good team.
And we need a really good team that is sensitive and comes in not saying, this is what East Milton needs to become. I feel like this is a firm that would listen more than just say.
Let's be clear, though. We said that in our RFP that we wanted them to build on the work that's already been done. They're not starting over.
And she said, and they said that. And I actually like that this firm included pictures that the residents. She actually included and referenced that with visualizations of what preferences for the height of the buildings, ground floor commercial. It was very, it was very good with photographs of the buildings that they had selected, a strong desire for improved streetscape. Referenced a lot of that work that was done in the Barrett report. Even the materials that would be used to put into the design,
What page are you
desired
reading
design
from?
guidelines. Page 4, project management approach and expectations of assistance services from town staff. So, check in. So so they were
you're-
referencing
so
that because
you-
that's
You
yeah.
have them as what category, all, all
I
the
would
criteria?
highly advantageous. I
You
felt
have them for every criterion item. And Sean, do you have a criteria?
No, I
rating?
don't, but I wouldn't have graded them that high, for all of the criterion. I like the firm. I feel differently. I would keep them in contention as of right now. That's how I feel. I'm not sure that I feel that they're the right firm for the project, but
Okay.
there's enough I like about them that I wouldn't.
Right.
We're not
be
putting them
prepared
out like
Right.
West and Sam.
Yeah.
and they're not, and there's a lot of
So should we move on to one
I'm
of
in
the
the
other
same
two?
boat.
Okay,
Okay.
so we have UTIL and MAPC.
Should we do util next?
Sure.
I just had that in front. Okay.
So, I'll start with
Yeah.
the staffing
Yeah.
again. They have someone who I understand to be like one of the top zoning attorneys, someone who could really write zoning. And, having actually an attorney, because it is law, is, I think, advantageous too. So that, I felt as if this team, led by one of the founder and the owner, is also a highly qualified team within the firm. So I can go on to the other ones, but we can see what others think about their staffing or their team first. So I think that they have done a lot of this
Yeah.
kind of work. This team and this firm have done a lot of this kind of work.
You've probably read many more of these than I ever have or ever will.
Yeah,
When I read what they wrote, and I'm going to move away from the criterion, I'm just going to, say how it strikes me. It strikes me as being very firm, definitive. I mean, even their proposal, their proposal is very structured. You know what I mean? And I just wonder if it's already reflective of, a point of view that they have. When I read it, I'm just wondering if if this is a group that's flexible, comparatively to Jen Goldson, it just seems like there's a feeling there. And not to wander too far down, but we go into MAPC. The lead in their proposal is community engagement, and I didn't feel that way out of UTIL. I think UTIL was, okay, we're going to listen, but we got a pretty good idea what we want to do. It just kind of struck me that way. They seem to be incredibly experienced. I mean, the depth, and
If you look at just how many projects of
oh yeah.
relevant, yeah,
But are they rigid? I just wonder, is it, it kind of struck me as it could be a firm that's, got so much experience, they might be here to tell us what we should do rather than be willing to listen to what, the community wants.
I guess I wonder about that, given
Yeah.
how many different places they've worked.
Fair point.
If they were that way,
Yep.
would they be
Would they get the
working in
work?
all those places,
It's a good
I
point.
guess, and then their reference from Newton Village Center is I would absolutely recommend them to other towns for similar work. And in Newton Village, they did 3 sub-districts. They've been working with them for years. And it looked like that they were nimble and that it says here that close to the end of their project, they had them take a look at the MBTA community so that they're able to kind of jump in and take a look at that. So I guess, yeah, that I didn't see that necessarily, but, you know, I kind of get what you wouldn't want somebody who's coming in with a predetermined idea, but also they're probably taking the RFP at word, that they're building on the work that was already done, you know, and that that's their job, right? Their job isn't to second guess the work that was already done. So that's probably what they were jumping off point was. I'm just, I'd have to reread the parts that you're talking about that make it look like they were rigid, but, you know, as far as like their approach, I really felt like they gave an example of Beverly of doing their district inventory, really getting to understand the district. And their approach seemed really to understand the kind of challenges and goals, and that there's really going to be some work to get it done. They seem to really understand the interrelationship of zoning and design guidelines, and that there would be this give and take between the two. You didn't do one and then turn it over to the other, or do them in separate tracks, that there was this interrelationship. And they have, as part of their process, a neighborhood workshop just on district character.
Mm-hmm.
And so I felt like, you know, thinking about their project approach, maybe because it's so design-oriented and kind of working its way into the zoning, I really liked it. Because I think, Meredith, you probably would have preferred that in Milton Village, to start with the design guidelines and end up with the zoning instead of the reverse.
Right.
But I think, you know, these guys and their visualizations, I think, are so strong. One of the things that's really difficult, you know, is getting people to helping people understand what words on paper mean in terms of something that could get built, right? Like, so how the zoning can be not something to just tell us that this is what is allowed to be there, but is telling us how it can be there, you know? So the design guidelines are one thing, but they're only guidelines. You have to have some things in the zoning itself. So this back and forth I really liked. And then they have in some creativity in their narrative. It indicates some suggestions that weren't explicit in the RFP, which I thought was being, you know, sort of thoughtful about what it's going to take to really do this, not just task A, B, C, D, E, F, G. And so they're starting work in Milton now, so in terms of their experience with Milton, I mean, they're going to be starting that now. But obviously they're doing work in other communities that's similar. So I really feel like they're really highly qualified and highly advantageous. And I just kind of went down, you know, in terms of the criterion in order, but that's it.
Rich, do you want to?
Yeah. No, it's funny. I had the similar thoughts that Sean had when I first read it. I work, you know, very different industry, but my job all day is working on RFPs, and there's definitely an art to writing these. So I don't know, everything you're saying, Cheryl, makes a lot of sense, and makes me take a step back. And as I look through it, I guess I'm looking through it under a different lens. I would say that, you know, what they probably don't know, and I don't know this for sure, but for the way they wrote the intro, they probably just don't know Milton or East Milton, if you will, and you know, what we've been doing, or outside of what's in the public view of some of those reports, and so, which is fine. I'm not saying they should have, and I don't want to make the process go longer, but this could be a good example of maybe, you know, at least in my space that I work, you always have interviews. If you're making it to a certain level, like you got 3 people coming in for interviews, and you really get an understanding of what they really meant by certain things, because what I capture here is about their backgrounds and what they've done. And I'm looking at these the way they're writing it to see or get a sense if they're going to be open. And I think that's what, you know, Meredith and Sean, what you were talking about, like we want them to be open and not just rigid. And I 100% agree with that. But I don't know that we're going to get that from just reading it. They might have to come in, and I don't know if people would be interested in that, but.
Well, I'm wondering where this rigidity is in the proposal. So can you point me to?
Yeah.
Because I didn't find it.
Okay. I mean, and it's just, I guess everyone has their own
I mean, is it in the cover letter? Is it in the project approach? I mean, just so I can kind of find it here and look at it.
Yes, so I mean, I'll throw my reason, and everybody probably has a different one, but I think I look through a certain lens when I start reading at the onset of the proposal in the initial, this is, letter to Tim, right, the first page. When you really, like, the way it's written, I don't think it's written wrong, but, I don't know. I really appreciated the last proposal we looked at because I think they went in it a little differently, and they talked about, I felt balance when I was reading it. I get a lot from the opening letters of proposals, quite honestly, in getting a sense of what somebody, the way they're going to approach something. But I don't think that's quite fair unless you actually talk to them. And that's why my recommendation possibly is that maybe we do interviews.
Yeah, I guess I if there was something, I mean, this is just, I think,
I don't wanna
fairly
read the
general
first page.
cover letter, yeah.
Yeah, it's a cover letter. It's just the way I'm
It's
reading
pretty
it.
general.
Yeah.
And Rich, we would have to interview, we had asked that question if we could call back two, if we had the top two. But
No, you have
unfortunately,
to ask everybody.
we have to bring everyone back. We would have to bring
Sure.
all four back to do, so we can talk, I think after we go through everything, we can, come back to that as a discussion. And
I think just to probably answer your question, Goldson's letter, as an example, doesn't necessarily document the critiquing type of nature that UTIL's does. UTIL identifies the problems we have, writes them right into the proposal, and puts it right out there for us to read, and Goldson, now, maybe it's just how, one person interprets how somebody writes, but there, if you get into the project approach UTIL, they just call right out the issues that exist in there. So maybe
Yeah, I
it's
mean,
that.
they quote the other reports.
They did. You know what? That's all they
Well,
did, Cheryl. They pulled that information. I mean, all they did was
Pulled from other work.
restate. They restated what's already been written. So, it's fine. It's not wrong. It's just different.
Well, one of the things I thought that was interesting is that they identify things that they know that the zoning has to take into consideration, like the boundaries. Like we have commercial where it's already in a residential district. It's been commercial for ages and ages. And then things like the parking ratios being high, so my sense from that was they understand the challenge. They know they're going to get in there and help fix it. Fix it, but address the challenge. It's interesting because when when somebody responds to an RFP, it depends on the audience, right? Like some audiences want to see that somebody understands their problem and they're already thinking about it, and some, if it's more general, then some people don't, they think other criteria, so, or other people who are making selections might think, well, that's too general. They don't know what we're looking for, so they haven't they haven't spent any time thinking about this. So it's on the writers who are putting these proposals together. They obviously pick which they think is going to be the most suitable, or maybe it's just a standard way that they do all of their proposals. Can
I respond to that?
Mm-hmm.
I think UTIL did an excellent job of digging in. You know what I mean? They, much more so than Weston and Sampson and Goldson. I think there's a softer touch with Goldson. These guys have dug in. They've read everything that was available to them, and I think they responded specifically to the RFP, because what they wrote, I went back and read the RFP before tonight's meeting, and it's very specific, and they wrote in response to what was asked for in the RFP. And I don't want to grade them poorly for that. That's not fair.
Yeah,
So
it also too in public procurement that I've seen and I've been involved in, that you're oftentimes rated very specifically against the criteria. That's why I was asking, are you going to one of these criteria? Because in the end, you have to, like Tim said, we have to defend it.
Yeah.
We have to defend it against each one of these criteria. So anyway.
Yeah, but I think each one of these criteria, at least for me, its weight in the overall criteria is like, they're not even, right? I mean, they just aren't.
Right. I agree.
So, and I was just making a point, and I think I'm agree with everything you just mentioned, Sean. But I get it. I'm reading it under a certain lens. I'm thinking to myself. You mentioned, the design standards the guidelines we just did in the village. I really appreciated Dawson and Flinker in their attitude of this is yours. Let me guide you through it and give you ideas and thoughts. But but not here's this is how you have to do it. It's the only way to do it. And I feel like some people jump to, well, this is the right way. This is the way you have to do it. And I'm just trying to, peel through that. And I'll just go back to, it's tough to get the sense out of just reading, their opening, arguments. I will say, I've read through the whole thing. They've got, I love the qualifications. If you read Principal in Charge, Tim, it's a great write-up. It sounds like somebody you want on the product.
Great. So incredibly impressive, the educational backgrounds, the body of work that this firm has. I guess, as the first thing that I was reading though, and I have more to back this up, but his work, talking about Tim Love, Principal in Charge, his work is not driven by aesthetics, but by collaborative deep dive research focused in on the technical, cultural, regulatory, and environmental issues of urban design problems. So I think that's where it says a lot about what we see later in the proposal, but I don't see anything about, and I looked at what they're doing in Newton, where there is clearly a one-story building, probably similar to our Adams Street, the 100-year-old buildings on Adams Street across from the park. They have that is gone and just a 4-story building there in what they've designed for Newton. There's a few things in what their zoning mentions. They're mentioning that they want to zone or create the zoning language that's for the MBTA to make us compliant with the MBTA communities. And my goal, I think we're all here to say, we want to do what's right for East Milton, regardless of MBTA.
But I think they said that was something they could do. I don't think they said that that was what they were doing.
When I read it, someone else said that they could do it, another firm. I think it was actually the MAPC application said that they could do it. They actually stated that they would be writing something that they thought that would be compliant. They also said that they were going to put in their draft is include Falcone in 440 as is, and they were going to include that, which a 92-unit building, which we're yet to see if they can actually build that. So I think making the assumption that they're just going to map out 440, that was a little concerning because I would actually like to see them do some design guidelines or some zoning on what could actually be a good project on those sites without, looking at what is currently being proposed. The background and training.
Can I chime in really, really quick, just so that it doesn't go unremarked upon?
Yeah.
I think what you're referring to in their cover letter is just a reference to their work that they're doing through the technical assistance program for MBTA communities. Not that they're taking an MBTA communities approach to this zoning, but just a reference to, hey, we're also working with Milton on this
Okay.
So just so that we're not holding that against
That's
them.
right. All right, thank you.
That they're working with us on another project.
All right, then that's great. They referred to Milton as a city, which I think East Milton is very sensitive to. I know I am when people talk about Milton. And they deal with the city of Beverly, the city, these are the city of Newton. But we are not a city. I feel like there was,
Go ahead,
I felt like and this is where I felt like it was more rigid. My sense is that they are taking the language transformative. I think every page talked about transformation of East Milton, transformation of East Milton. What's really good to look at in the Goldson was they put in what people actually did say. Only 6 people voted their first choice would be transformative change. I don't think the majority of Miltonians or East Milton, they want change. We're mixed use we're looking at, but they don't want this whole area transformed into something that is unidentifiable. I mean, it's,
Yeah, well,
and I'll just tell you, I'll continue.
They're not saying that. I think that's not quite a fair.
Well, it's transformative.
characteristic.
Everything is transformed.
But
transformed East Milton.
unrecognizable, I think, is your interpretation of how they use the word. I don't think anything in here comes off that way to me. So.
Well, all right. I'll just continue. They do a lot of check-ins. It looks like with planning staff, and they do that. There are community meetings that are definitely charted and scheduled. But I feel like they're taking the Barrett report and they're saying in the ULI TAP, that this is taking as gospel.
No. Okay, can I just read? It says, the future overlay zoning and its attendant design guidelines should promote a transformation of East Milton Square that both respects the historic character of the existing district and achieves the aspirations of the 2015 master plan, including increased economic development, diverse housing types, and added public realm improvements. The recent 92-unit 40B proposal, bounded by Adams Street, Bassett Street, and Franklin Street, prompts numerous questions regarding the appropriate look and feel of future development and highlights the importance of right-sizing future zoning. For instance, while the existing business district technically allows for heights up to 3 stories or 45 feet and 5 stories or 65 feet by special permit, no building in East Milton Square currently exceeds 2.5 stories. If a parking structure is allowed, how large can it be? Where should it be located on a lot? And how might it be screened from public view? If a developer consolidates multiple adjacent lots, how wide can new buildings be? What kind of open space might be required? And what might incentivize mixed income housing? So the word transformation in the context of what I just read from their project approach on page 32 is, I don't think, the way you were just characterizing it, I'm afraid.
And I'll just go back to where I see rigidity. Is that they basically, and they worked on Somerville, the Union Square project is one of their, and a lot of their projects I do feel are more city driven, but they basically were telling us that, or the town, that we should not do our design guidelines should not be any greater than what was included in the Barrett report. So it's like it's taking the Barrett report and saying, and they actually referred to, obviously there was community involvement that wanted stricter design guidelines with Union Square and so their Somerville project, and they said they would not recommend doing that level of detail because it's not going to be advantageous to developers aren't going to want to come in if it's.
You have to have the zoning.
Guidelines.
You don't want to develop zoning and design guidelines that don't work economically. And that was something we talked about quite a bit in Milton Village. We had zoning on the books in Milton, I understand, for 20 years for cluster development, and it never got used because it was written in such a way that it didn't make economic sense to use. So understanding that there is a balance, and I think leading a community process that helps people understand that economics are important, because you can't look. you can't create zoning that no one will use, and it'll just not, it'll have been, a lot of time, energy, and money for something that people will say it didn't mean anything because nothing, nobody can use it.
But if you don't, and we'll get to this, and I think whatever firm we decide, this will be a real issue, because why would we would put design guidelines, on Milton Village. I want East Milton to be as attractive as Milton Village. And I don't think that we say, that has to be 4 stories and we can't put design guidelines, because if you don't ask, you're not going to get it at the time. And if you don't put standards in, and I just felt like it was already a little pushback on, hey, don't put, you can't do any more than what the Judy Barrett report said you could do. I felt like that was sort of a little dismissive of the community process and talking, because it was in the Milton Village, it was a very community involved, neighborhood involved with those
I
guidelines.
think which maybe what we were saying before, where they're taking what they were told in the RFP is their starting point and going forward.
Yep.
And you may be thinking that some people don't agree with that starting point, but they can't assume that. They are told in the RFP that this is where they're starting from. So what they're telling us in their response is they're building from that. If we told them we want you to rethink aspects of that, then they would have addressed that. We didn't tell them to do that. And it would have been presumptuous of them to assume that if we didn't put it in there, which we didn't do. So, I think
This
we
is
have to be
certainly
careful
a talented. This is certainly
projecting things onto this proposal, I think.
I just want to, I'm going to go back and read the RFP again, because it's one of the first criteria in the RFP is the Barrett report. So I understand why they go there, but there's some strong statements that they make, like this one. This is on page 35. Successful zoning and design guidelines in East Milton Square, therefore, should prescribe just enough and no more to achieve the vision statement in the 2021 Barrett report. So it's a strong statement, a pretty firm statement, and they seem to stay on that. So in project methodology, which is the following page, both the 2019 ULI TAP report and the 2021 Barrett report include recommendations for zoning design guidelines and a new overlay zoning boundary, all of which provide a good foundation to build off of. I guess you could look at it both ways. Yeah, sure, right, it is. But I just wonder, they talk about it a lot more than the others,
Yeah, I guess
so,
it comes back to that question of whether they feel like that's their appropriate response or not, right?
And maybe we drove them that way with the RFP. I don't know, but I do know that the success of this effort is going to be, collaborative, flexibility, creativity, and not just to get hung up on, any document that's out there. And that's my feeling. I think the town and the community is going to expect that. So.
Yeah, just to throw in there's quite a few pages there, and I do, it does seem, and I agree with you, Cheryl. They're reading an RFP, so they're including a lot of this in there as their approach and starting point. I personally feel that's where they kind of went wrong, and others left it out and said we're going to be, and probably looked more broadly as we're going to be collaborative and etc. And so I'm not saying it's bad, it's just.
Yeah, I think if somebody said they're going to be more broad than what the scope of services in the RFP said, that's a red flag to me.
But so I guess, no, I hear you, but I mean, they put in 4 or 5 pages straight from those reports, and I mean, that's, I don't know, I'm like picking apart their RFP. It's not what I would have done. So anyway, it kind of goes back to my other comment though. If they were sitting in this room, maybe we could get a far different sense from them, and maybe like this would, my worry here would be put to bed pretty quickly.
Yeah, I mean, if you think about what might be important to folks in terms of deliverables, their deliverables are top notch.
They are,
and
but they're
so
period.
So what they're telling you what you're going to get in terms of, it's not like I'm going to do task A, B, C, D, E, and then I'm going to have a public meeting, and then I'm going to do task C, D, E, F, and I'm going to have another meeting. This is like, we're going to be, these are the things that we're working on and we're going to be delivering to you. And they seem to me like all the things, district inventory in mapping and photographic formats. All of the draft and refined design guidelines, and then the final design guidelines, and then these workshops in the community. I mean, I refer you to those and to take another look at them, because to me, that there's a lot of strength there, and I think it would be really, if you compare that, what their experience is in those things, to some of the others, I just think they're heads and shoulders above on that.
Well,
Yeah, and I,
just
go ahead, Rich.
Oh, sorry. Well, I was just going to say, I go back, these folks look like they have a lot of experience, but a lot of the staff is very new. And they're very much urban planners, right? A lot of urban projects. They definitely have some projects more like us, but a lot of cities, a lot of urban.
They have a lot of towns.
Yeah, they
Tons
do
and
have
tons of towns. I'm looking through, anyway, it's I guess,
I'm not saying that, I'm just counting them. I'm just,
yeah.
you know what I mean? Like, I'm having a tough time
Yeah.
with them, and it's not that I honestly didn't give them bad scores. Give them very good. I'm having a tough time with them just because, I don't know, they're not sitting in front of me so we can ask them questions.
So did you do a ranking, Rich? For each of the criteria?
I think this process was really good because I'm probably going to go, back and rethink some of my scores on this one. So I'm going to probably take another stab at it.
And I think that's okay if we narrow it down, if we feel like we have two that we can go back and, because technically I agree, there's a lot of very capable, work that they do. So
well, can we do that? Can we talk? It's getting late. I don't
We have one more to talk about.
we have one
I don't
more,
wanna go
so
tonight, but can we talk about the last one? And if, I'm not going to say like we would just discount them, but if we are just at two, maybe we can have another meeting.
yeah, I think that might be, Rich, what we want to do. So this is definitely, there's a lot of really good things in here, so maybe we don't necessarily.
I don't know where everybody else ranked out, but I ranked them out at highly advantageous in all categories. So you know where I stand on it.
Yeah, no, I appreciate that.
That's okay.
And I gave you my reason, so.
Yeah, I think that was great.
Carol, I think they were very good. You made me rethink some of my thoughts. And I think everybody reads RFPs very differently.
And Rich, you made a point that I thought was really good. How do we weigh out each of the, we have all the criterion, but some,
Yeah, unfortunately, we
some things
we
more than
didn't
others,
do
but-
that.
yeah.
Like I've seen it in criteria.
We did
where
say it in our
You
approach.
give like 100 points, right? And so you get 10 points for this and 25 for that. But we didn't do that here. So, I guess we can decide ourselves, but.
He said, Milton, we did say this in our criterion, desirability of approach to the project as well as demonstrated understanding of all project components and public outreach needs. Milton places a premium on the applicant's approach to the project and ability to present a program of services which complies with the required project scope in a manner which is clear, concise, da, da, da. So, but places a premium on the approach, and I'm looking.
It doesn't say that it rates that category higher though, I don't think, but.
There's no scoring mechanism.
Yeah, it's
Yeah.
not a formal score.
Yeah.
Okay, let's move on because it is getting late, and I'm sorry for the people who I don't know if we're going to get to the light, which I really did want to, well, I'll say something about that later, but, so MAPC, are we ready to move on, or is there, okay. And would someone like to go first on this?
Well, I think they stress community engagement. They're just heavy on community engagement. I think even one of their staff members is a community engagement specialist.
By education, which
Yeah.
I haven't seen too often.
I don't know where you get that degree, but you know, they seem to be. They would probably, of all of these, they appear to place a really strong emphasis on that part of it. You know, more so than anybody else.
I agree.
So.
That they also have, what they've said, is award-winning engagement strategies, including hybrid models. So they did spend some time talking about engagement, which I felt was a strong part of their, not just their staffing, but their approach. And I thought it was interesting that in their approach, so sorry, jumping because it's
No,
still part of
please
the
do.
community
Yeah,
engagement, was that they talked about an engagement of all demographics and really, you know, wanting to make sure everybody's heard. And nobody's really said that. Nobody else really said that, you know. So I thought that was really, and they, you know, and they put a really, as you said, Sean, a really high priority on community engagement. So, and there are other strengths too, but just on that piece, I agree with you 100%.
You know,
The other thing is the economics and finance. I was looking if anybody responded to that aspect of it. And I don't know that they really did, but their project manager has an MA in economics and finance. So I thought, well, you know, maybe he can bring some of that to the table. And that really kind of gets to what's the economics of development, and you know, how much is too much and how much is too little, and what's sort of right sizing for it. But I don't know if that's really part of what they can offer. Josh Fiala worked on Milton Village, so he's quite familiar, and he's an architect as well as a planner. So in terms of staff, I thought that those were other strengths in the staffing.
My sense and read on this, that their experience is mostly in transit and urban locations, mostly downtown. Yeah, I didn't feel like they necessarily were thinking about our master plan. Again, they were, you know, again, the word transformative was used. And it maybe it was a different scope than when they did the Milton Village, but I felt there was almost no outreach to Milton Village residents. There was not a working group, and again, this might be scope related, and I wasn't involved with putting together the RFP, but there definitely was not any involvement from the Milton Hill neighborhoods. You know, no neighbors that I knew of were invited. There were very few, you know, public forums, which I did attend. And to be honest, and one of the people who was involved, the residents felt that it was a very almost dismissive sense that it was, you know, we're telling you what we think you should do with height, and there were no, certainly, we had to ask for the build-out analysis. That wasn't part of what they did. And again, that might have been scope related. You fortunately were able to step in and do a build-out analysis, but that what they did somewhat of a, but it was enough to make people really nervous and to really get people, you know, really concerned and feeling like we were, you know, the neighborhood was on defense. You know, their mission, you know, if you look at, you know, what MAPC does is to really look at urbanizing and adding density to Metro Boston areas and creating housing. And the the goal is understood, but just as a resident, I felt like the neighbors were who were really concerned with height, were really weren't being listened to. I did not feel that we were being listened to. So just being on that side of it, that's my experience. Actually, there was somebody who was approached who said, "Why wouldn't Milton want to be like JP?" Was actually a comment that was made at one of the meetings
By Josh?
by who lives in JP. So we don't. I just know,
I don't
knowing
remember that
East Milton
comment, but-
residents, I know it was a real turnoff, and people felt like they didn't understand that we were trying to do overlay zoning, we were trying to do mixed use, we were trying to utilize our historic buildings, but yet we
But I
were.
don't, yeah, so I would say
That was just
is
my
if-
personal
yeah.
experience.
I think there might be some of maybe the scope as it was written.
It might have been scope,
yeah.
and that
And
very well could have been.
expectations, I think.
Yeah,
But, even if there was a request to have a different team member than Josh for reasons of,
Right.
that some people were unhappy with the way that went in Milton Village, I wouldn't put it all on him,
Right, no, and no, certainly not. That's-
We as a master plan implementation committee weren't experts at writing zoning either, so, it was a learning process, and we're hoping that we're going to see some applications soon, and that it will have been for some good benefit to the town to have gone through that. But what I would say is, let's don't forget that MAPC, we're part of that. We're part of the Metropolitan Area Planning Council. We actually, as a town, pay into it, and we get grant money back from it. So it is our regional planning agency. So I do think that they do, Tabor Keeley is our representative, Milton's representative to MAPC. And so, if there are things that we think that MAPC could help Milton better with, we need to talk to Tabor, because he represents our town for that.
And I will say a positive thing. They were the ones who actually stated that, cautioned doing overlay zoning that would allow the reduction of commercial space, like that you would lose commercial
and
space. And
I-
I did like that. I like that.
I really
that they
like their
caught
project
into that.
approach, honestly. They understand kind of the regional relationships too, between Quincy, for example, and East Milton Square, right? Because what Quincy does impact what Milton impacts on Milton. Just like this isn't related to East Milton Square, but like what Mattapan's doing in Mattapan Square, and what Boston's doing with the Blue Hill, their whole transit parkway along Blue Hill Avenue. All of those things impact Milton. So I do like that they're regional and they think regional, and East Milton Square could benefit from that, I felt. They did include that inventory of existing conditions as part of their process, so they were one of the ones who really focused on that, which I felt was advantageous. And they also talked about overlay versus other form of zoning, and like form-based, like you
Form-based,
talked
right.
about. I think they showed, a lot of examples. They seemed like highly qualified to me, and I'm sure with guidance that they can, they will engage with the community in a really, I think, thoughtful way, and in a way that seems to be most dedicated in terms of staff and most dedicated in terms of approach than any of the others.
Yeah. I feel the same way.
They even start with, although it is an inner core community, Milton is unique within the sub-region as it straddles the urban context of adjacent Boston and the suburban communities of the South Shore. It is characterized by historic development patterns. And so they go right from the beginning. I actually think they understand Milton best.
They've done a lot of work. They've done a lot of work here.
What did you think of their, the team that they put together? Cheryl?
Well,
Yeah,
I
I was-
made note, let me go back and look. I only made a couple of small notes on this one.
Sarah Scott seems very new. That's
So Chris Kushel is, as the project manager. highly qualified.
I did see though most of his project, like the Salem Street Bridge project, I liked a lot of his projects, but they were all Rockport, Concord, these were all like Depot, Vision, North Situate. They were working off of areas that were more undeveloped areas, where East Milton is so developed. It
did
seemed
you
like it
look
was
at that?
transit oriented. It was all
Commuter rail,
commuter rail.
yeah, Norfolk, right.
It
Right,
says
which is,
North Situate zoning for the town village.
yep, that was all, it was
Concord.
the
Concord.
Depot,
the- yeah.
Rockport. When you look at their work examples, and I like their visuals, I will say, you know, on some of what they did, but these were all undeveloped areas that they were creating new, you know, they were doing some overlay, but it was in areas that were
Transit oriented.
transit oriented. I just felt like we're not, we're very different from East Milton, which is a real built out, existing, with, you know, really does not have a sub-district. It's really, you have commercial and then you have residential. You don't have that real buffer in between your commercial block. You don't have that second tier block. It's just a very built out area.
Well, I
It's currently
actually,
existing.
I actually felt like the one with the best qualifications in my mind, in terms of combining the type of experience, the amount of experience, and the visualizations is util. But I think that these guys definitely have a hand up on the understanding Milton and the community engagement part.
Okay, that's great. I mean, certainly UTL has a lot of, you know, talent. It's just, I'm concerned with their approach and how it would be perceived with East Milton if they felt like, you know,
Well, I think that
they would be listened to.
you know, some of the things that you were recalling in your notes and so forth, and then what I read from, I say maybe we all need to go back and reread their approach because of the high quality of their experience and their staffing
Certainly.
and so forth, so that we can really be, you know, all with the same understanding of that. And I'll read through it with the lens of what you've said, you know, and hopefully you can read through it with the lens of some of the things that, you know, I've said.
Yeah, no, I think.
And
I do think leaving here tonight, the two best candidates, right, in my opinion, is MAPC and UTL. I think they're the two best candidates. And
that's what I came in thinking,
Yeah.
Sean. You know, that's why, you know, I said, do we want to just kind of jump to the ones that we think? But, you know, I think it was really good to go through all four. So, Tim, and your suggestions and that were really valuable.
Good.
Yeah,
Yeah, everyone.
I think I can get behind those two as well. I would just say too, though, just a comment based on something I just heard, I get to mention it. I'm not actually worried about like us this getting away from us, you know? I'm more worried that if the neighborhood isn't as engaged and feel that it's a good process, then ultimately at the end, it's just gonna get harder to pass or harder to get buy-in. I'm not worried about who we hire because at the end, they've got to do what we ask, and you know, and it's going to be us in the town making the decisions. It's just going to be who do we think we're going to get the best product out of.
Well, I think somebody can also be a resource to us, Rich, and help us because of their experience in other communities. I mean, none of us have done anywhere near the number of projects like they have, so they can be a resource in guiding us. You're right, in the end, we and then the rest of the residents of Milton are going to, the town meeting members, you know, will make decisions about it. But I do think it's helpful to have people with expertise that can guide it.
Oh, true. Yeah, no, absolutely. No, I was just more commenting on it. I'm not too worried about, you know, this going awry and us getting something we don't want, because that's not really possible because we all have to agree with it. It's just going to be, in the end, we're going to get what we asked for. So, yeah, that was a good comment, Tim, about the two you mentioned. My question to the group is now, I mean, it's getting late, so hopefully we're not going further. But where do we go from here?
It sounds like we wanted to get Maggie's input, and it sounds like we want to go back and think about it a little bit more and talk about it at the next meeting. That's what I got a sense of.
Yeah, that's,
Consensus.
Yeah, I think all these comments have been really, really good from everyone, that we can go back and, look back. And I would say, again, I still think there's a lot that I love about the Goldson firm. It's more of a boutique firm rather than, the big guy, I guess. So I think that they seem
I get
they
you
seem
with that.
very intimate and boutique, and the others are certainly well qualified. But I would say, well, let's go back and look at them all. 'Cause
Yeah.
I don't want to.
I like that aspect of that firm too. I'm just wondering if we're sacrificing too much of what UTIL and MAPC has
Yeah.
Right.
in an effort to get the boutique-ness of
Yeah, and
her
how can
firm.
we, yeah. And I think whatever firm, I think what Rich is saying, our kickoff meeting is it will be with the planning board, and it will be with the master plan implementation committee and our staff, obviously, to really sort of say, like, we really need this from you. We need for you to really listen to the residents and be open to whatever, but certainly we'll need the good service. So, yeah. Okay, that's great. So let's do that. Let's take a pause with this, and I'm sorry we couldn't get a little bit further, but I think this was a really worthy discussion, and really important. We have one shot at overlay zoning in East Milton, and we want to make sure we do the best. So.
I will say that other than Weston and Sampson, I think, well, first of all, I think if either one of the two, UTIL and MAPC, I would be very comfortable with going with either one. I do have some reservations, but about Goldson, for what I said before. But I think we have to really weigh, and maybe some of what we're discussing is what do we think really the most important strengths or things they can bring, and we have to really decide. As you said, are we leaving anything on the table with somebody, or because we're not, or are we not getting this full strength of something that we really think is important?
Yeah.
So for me, like the design guidelines, I can forgive maybe somebody hasn't done exactly 20 or 30 villages just like East Milton Square, but if they're thoughtful about design guidelines and their scope, their approach, then that can weigh it. But if somebody doesn't show me any strength and they haven't given me any attention on it, then it's hard for me to have confidence in it. So I think that's the way we kind of have to look at it, because at some point we have to make a decision. So
Right.
We have to
And
have
I'm-
our reasons outlined. It can't just
And
be
I'm
on our
supportive
gut.
of what the board decides. Yep, it's so I just would like to see East Milton have, at the end of the day when we're all done, have some type of distinctive character that that is a cohesive plan. And I think that's really important to, the best, and with sort of some of the historic buildings in context of that. And
I think we have to also understand that we'll never get 100% agreement with everyone,
Yep.
and that we can't expect that our consultants will be able to achieve that. So
Right.
that's, I think, just a caution.
Right. Good. All right. So we will move this for a further discussion. And then what I did want to just mention on the lighting bylaw, if folks could go back and just take a look at the article that was submitted before us.
Has that been distributed to us?
Yes, it was when Aaron presented
Oh, that okay.
article.
Yeah, yeah.
Yes,
Oh,
that
sorry.
article.
Yeah.
I think it's really important that we look at the language, what is subjective in that, and what language we don't like that's in it. Things that we being more specific, you know, the lumens, the levels, you know, a lot of this that we can get from this, you know, looking at this, the guidelines. I believe the state of Massachusetts also has some guidelines that they have on this, the state. I don't know if Josh and Tim, you could look into what those are for lighting. But clearly it has to be measurable. I just think we don't want to set Joe Prondak up for something that's going to be, you know, a nightmare for him. So, you know, the timing of if we needed to change out, you know, what is an appropriate time frame? But if we can all take a look at that and just say, you know, what is it in this that we don't like and we are concerned about?
I would say if we could all, if
Yeah,
I
that can be
have
distributed.
this, so if we don't receive it from the resident who called in, I have this from 2015. I was thinking that there was an article from 2015, which I wasn't able to locate. But I just will say that the Illuminating Engineering Society and the Dark Sky Association, you know, those are the, I would say
Everything
we
that
should
we-
really try, if we can, take a
those
look at this.
guidelines, yeah.
I'm not hung up at all on the specifics of what we create. My biggest concern is that for years people have installed lighting, you know, exterior lighting, and now all of a sudden they're not going to be grandfathered, they're going to be in violation, and we're going to be directing them to correct it or penalize them for not.
You know, it's not, if there is criteria, it doesn't take much to, there's this inexpensive device to go out and measure foot candle levels. So before this is finalized, you know, some of that could be done. Go around and somebody, I mean, it may be subjective, but if you go around in your neighborhood and say, take a look with one of these foot candle measuring devices, and you'll get a sense. I think the problem is people don't know. They can't visualize what a level that's, if you say that's offensive, but you don't know what that level is, it can be measured easily. So then you can start to say, that level is too high.
Yeah. There'll be some, I just don't, you know, I know at that time. Go ahead, I'm sorry.
Oh, no, go ahead. You finish your thought.
I just don't, I'm concerned that it's not going to be as simple as changing, you know, the lamp, right, or the lumen level of a lamp, you know, from 100 watt to 75 watt to make the issue go away. I think we're going to find ourselves in a situation where people will be doing something more substantial than that to comply. So, again, you know, and eventually there'll be some people that'll be pretty pissed off, pardon my language, with that because they didn't do anything wrong, you know. Now, I also can see the side of it that if there's a neighbor that is affected in a way by someone's, you know, by someone's decisions in the past, I feel for them too. So that's my challenge with it. I totally support it. I think it's a good thing to do, but I struggle with what's already existing in town.
Yeah, my feeling there is I agree. That's my biggest concern. I don't like, and I don't see this. I just can't remember another article that was put forward that we would have not grandfathered people in. I mean, I feel like I'm all for the change moving forward. I can tell you now, I'm not for we're going to go and now people are all of a sudden in violation. They need to go make changes. There's, you know, elderly folks in town that have houses that what are we going to do? I just don't like the idea of telling folks that now, you know, there's going to be a battle between, you know, neighbors and neighbors. I feel like there is an opportunity for folks. Like it does sound like there's one particular person that, you know, I know this is more broad, but there's definitely somebody that's made folks mad in a neighborhood. There's opportunity to, you know, to go to the town and work that out. And, you know, I don't know. I just think I hope, and I know I heard from folks to say that this isn't because of a specific person, but it obviously sounds like there is. There's a lot of chatter about it online. And so it seems to me that there is part of this. And so I would rather see us say yes to this but obviously moving forward, not backwards. And if there is somebody out there that's making a neighbor upset, there is an avenue to go to the town and rectify that. I don't think you need this bylaw change to make that happen.
I would say that, we don't know how many people may or may not be out of compliance until we put some criteria together. And I would say that there's a letter, there's lots of signatories too, who support this and want us to look at it. And, we always in the past, if residents come to us and ask us to, put forth and take a hard look at a zoning article, we do that because that's what the residents have asked us to do. And they've asked us to do that here. It may have come to us via the select board, but we've had residents come to us and we've had residents submit to us. And I think we need to put the work into it to see if we can do it in a thoughtful way.
I agree with you. I'm just saying, I think it's destructive to say we're going to go backwards in time. I mean, even when you're putting together rules about, Cheryl, I remember we were talking about at one point fencing, people putting fencing up on maybe scenic roadways, things like that. Well, you wouldn't go backwards and say, guess what? You got to take all your fences down. It just doesn't make any sense to me. And so I feel like it's the same thing when it comes to lighting. Lighting is expensive. And there are folks, and if there are folks that are egregious, like, let's be honest, I've driven by some houses and there's like beacons of light that shine across the street at their neighbors and light up their whole house. Well, you know what? That neighbor does have an avenue, right? To go and complain and get something to happen. You don't need a bylaw change to point to get somebody to fix something like that. And so I'm using like that fence one as an example. Like, usually you make changes moving forward. And if there are people in town that are kind of egregious and have some lights that are just destructive, that's something different than this.
So, Rich, the fact that a lot of residents support us working on this isn't swaying you to want to work on it?
I think we should work on it. I like the idea. I'm just saying there is one section in here that I'll work on it, but I don't see the point of going backwards. That seems very out of scope, I've not seen us do that before. I mean, I guess I'd have to ask Tim, is this something that normally towns would do? Go backwards and now say, hey, guess what, guys? Everyone in town needs to get compliant really quickly. And you gotta go check out, you gotta walk around your premises with book candles. I've got one of those devices. You're more than welcome to borrow it, but I'm quite sure that not many people do.
I have a feeling
you
that
can do it if you want.
Yeah, I know that. You can do anything if you want.
I think you're right that it's not a typical practice here in town, but also, you can imagine circumstances where maybe we're not dealing with light, but we're dealing with something else where you would want to do it. So,
yes, maybe a safety thing. Maybe, I don't know. But again, I'll go back to my fence example. If you hate the idea of fences, we might want to tell people to take them down.
I don't equate the fence the same way, because a fence is not going to be offensive to a neighbor, having the same kind of impact as a light potentially.
Can be, depending on points of view.
Yeah,
Some people don't like solid high board fences, it just creates.
That's just
Yeah.
Yeah, but it's not going to keep them from sleeping at night, potentially, if the light's in the window.
Yeah, I mean, I don't.
But this is for sorry.
Go ahead.
I was just going to say, I want to put this on and have a discussion about this, but
right.
it's almost 10 past 11. So, but I think these are all worthy conversations. So I don't want to just brush this aside and not discuss it. So
Sure.
But let's put
It
it on
almost
the
felt
agenda.
like it was on the agenda.
I know.
We started.
It was on the agenda, but it's
It
late.
was on the agenda, but
Just
yeah.
a quick question,
But
Meredith.
for the
and
purpose
we don't have
of
to get
further
into the answer
discussion.
to this, but the question I would have, Cheryl, to think about is it all or nothing? Because your question was, should we not look into it? I don't see it as an all or nothing. You know what I mean? Like, I think we should look into this, but I'm just saying there's going to be a part of it I have an issue with.
Well, I think we have to hear from the public and see what they have to say about it.
Makes sense. All right. Sorry.
I tend to
Need to
agree
go
with
on.
Rich. Something has created this firestorm.
Right.
I don't know where it is, and I'm guessing that if 180 people signed it, there are not 180 people that are affected by light coming into their yard from a neighbor, but there are 180 people that are supporting a friend or.
Yeah, but
you know,
I
that
would say,
happens.
look, from 2011, there's a model lighting ordinance from the experts in this industry. So it makes me think that this is an issue that somebody's been thinking about for a long time.
Sure.
And it's not just a reaction to one neighbor in Milton. So I think we need to give it the attention that it deserves.
Again, Cheryl, I'm not opposed to it. It's how you apply it to people that have existing conditions. That's really what I care about.
Yeah, and I do hear that, so that's
All
great.
I
So,
could keep going, so let's.
so please, yeah, let's read, look over that again and think about it. And the zoning recodification, there really is not, Tim, I don't know if you want to say anything real quick on this, but where we are, I think we could maybe move this to a different, we sort of talked about it earlier.
Is it
Yeah,
still going to be in the May
all-
town meeting?
Yeah, that'll be for the Maytown meeting. That is, that's all up on the website, on the planning board website. There's a zoning recodification item on the links on the left side. We're in the process of arranging for a briefing of the warrant committee in the next couple weeks. So we're gonna get them up to speed on what this project entails. And there'll be a little bit more of a higher profile public rollout of both this and the general bylaw recodification. There's just a couple of things that we're trying to button up on the general bylaw side so we can do those simultaneously. But that material's all up on the planning board site right now.
I guess one thing I'd suggest on that warrant committee is somehow the interests of Sue Galvin and Joe Prondak be conveyed to the warrant committee, so they know how important it is to them.
They will convey it personally themselves as
Okay.
they will
Great.
be attending the meeting.
Great.
Okay, so that ends our agenda for the evening. If somebody would like to make a motion to adjourn, I would.
I'll make the motion to adjourn.
Second?
Second.
Second? Great. All right, roll call, everyone, since we're, Sean,
Yes.
Cheryl,
Yes.
Rich,
Yes.
and myself, yes. Good evening. Good evening.